Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, we'll travel to NASA Johnson Space Center to find out why radiation will be one of our major challenges as we prepare for missions to the Moon and to Mars. We'll also travel to Brookhaven National Laboratory to examine how researchers are studying the effects of radiation on human tissue. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to this edition of Destination Tomorrow.
On this episode, we'll be focusing on how radiation will affect our efforts to reach destinations like the Moon and Mars.
In recent years, NASA researchers have been striving to meet the goal of sending astronaut crews to the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Although there are numerous technological and logistical hurdles to get over, one of the most daunting challenges facing us will be protecting astronauts from harmful radiation. Here on Earth and in low Earth orbit, radiation risks are somewhat mitigated due to the protection provided by our thick atmosphere and our magnetosphere. But outside the protection of Earth, the radiation in space could prove deadly if humans are not properly protected.
Even though radiation studies have been going on for years, new questions are being asked in preparation for extended stays in space. Some of the key questions NASA researchers must address include, how can we assure survival and health of humans traveling far from Earth? What technology must we create to enable explorers to go beyond where we've been? And what new opportunities can research bring to enrich the lives of everyone back here on Earth?
To help answer these questions, we'll travel to some of the facilities that are allowing us to better understand radiation and the dangers astronauts may face. Up first, correspondent Tonya St. Romain spoke with Mark Weiland of the Space Radiation Analysis Group at NASA Johnson Space Center. This group is working hard to monitor and protect our crews from this dangerous radiation. Here's Tonya to explain.
Living and working outside of Earth's atmosphere is a very dangerous proposition. Extreme temperatures, lack of oxygen, and hosts of other risks make space a very hostile environment for humans. But one of the least talked about and most dangerous risks associated with spaceflight is radiation exposure. When astronauts travel outside of Earth's atmosphere, they're routinely exposed to much higher levels of radiation than are typically encountered back here on Earth. For this reason, the Space Radiation Analysis Group, or SRAG, is working to develop tools that will monitor radiation events caused by the sun and other radiation-producing sources. These tools will be used to help us better understand how to keep our crews safe from radiation exposure when traveling outside the Earth's atmosphere. I spoke with Mark Weiland at NASA Johnson Space Center to find out more.
Our team here at SRAG is a great group of people who's charged with keeping the radiation as low as possible to the astronauts. And we do this with monitoring, with shielding analyses of new vehicles, and with real-time support and mission control.
How is radiation measured in space?
We have to use different kinds of monitoring techniques than you use on the ground. If you work in a hospital or a nuclear power plant, they have radiation instrumentation which measures very different types of radiation than we're concerned about in space. So the instruments we use are very different. We also have monitors on unmanned vehicles. The GOES spacecraft, which watches weather on Earth, also has radiation instruments on it that we use. And there's other instruments that are closer to the sun that we look at. We have to measure this radiation because it's very damaging biologically to the crew. We know this from research that shows space radiation can be more harmful to people than radiation here on Earth. And it's also a legal requirement. Astronauts are classified as radiation workers, and so we have to monitor their exposures. We also, by doing this, we know when they approach administrative limits and legal limits, and so that we can take action to prevent them from getting there.
Where does radiation in space come from?
Actually, it comes in 3 different places when we're in low Earth orbit, like on Space Shuttle or Space Station. We have radiation from our trapped radiation belts, the Van Allen belts. We have radiation that comes from outside our solar system called galactic cosmic radiation. We also have radiation that comes from the sun during big solar particle events. Now, the sun has an 11-year cycle that goes from very minimum amounts of activity to very maximum amounts of activity. And during the maximum amounts of activity, we have lots of solar particle events and solar flares, and we can get radiation from those events. Now, when we're going back to the moon and we're outside of the Earth's protected belts, it's going to be much more dangerous for the crews. We can cause acute effects. The crew can get sick very rapidly, unlike they can on Space Station or Space Shuttle.
After about a half-century of human spaceflight, radiation detection and predicting space weather events is still not an exact science. Unfortunately, we cannot accurately determine when large particle ejections, called coronal mass ejections or CMEs, will occur. A large CME can contain billions of tons of matter that can be accelerated to several million miles per hour. At these speeds, particles can reach Earth in a very short period of time. When the particles reach us, they collide with our magnetosphere and create auroras over the polar regions. Although beautiful to watch, the events which lead to this phenomenon can be very damaging and dangerous to astronauts outside the protection of the magnetosphere. In fact, between the Apollo 16 and Apollo 17 moon missions, a large solar particle event occurred. If astronauts had been in space during the event, the doses of radiation they would have been exposed to could have produced severe health effects within a short time. This is one of the main reasons better radiation prediction and monitoring are a focus of study.
How much time do you have to predict solar flares?
Well, it's actually very difficult to predict space weather. Just as we have a very hard time predicting hurricanes and tornadoes here on Earth, it's very difficult to predict when a solar flare is going to happen. A lot of solar physicists around the world are working on that problem, but right now we don't take action with the crew until we measure an increase in radiation. We are looking at trying to predict when there's an all-clear period. That'll allow us perhaps to do an EVA on the surface of the moon when we know there's a 90% chance we won't have a bad solar flare within the next 2 days. Yeah, the sun has an 11-year cycle, and every 11 years it goes from solar minimum, 5.5 years later solar maximum, and then back to solar minimum again. During solar minimum, there are very few sunspots, if any, and thus no solar flares. All the solar flares and solar particle events come out of the sunspots. During solar maximum, we have a lot of activity going on with the sun, and we have a lot of solar particle events. So during solar maximum, we're very active in mission control, trying to keep the crew from getting too much radiation from those events.
Is there a difference in the sources of radiation in space?
There actually is. From solar particle events, we can protect the crew from that type of radiation. From the galactic cosmic radiation, it's very heavy ions, high energy types of particles that we cannot shield against. It would take too much shielding and it's cost prohibitive to put that much mass up there. And the reason we try to keep the crew's dose as low as reasonably achievable is because any increase in dose is directly proportional to an increase in the probability that they'll get a fatal cancer. And unlike many of the risks that astronauts are exposed to, and there are many, radiation is one of the few risks that they will carry with them the rest of their life.
Do you think our predictive models will change dramatically for future missions?
Actually, I think they will get better. I believe that all the science that's being done by all the solar physicists and the space physicists is going to lead to better predictive models. They're doing a lot of great work. They are launching a lot of new missions, and those missions are there to explicitly study the types of physics that will lead to these better models. As we prepare to go back to the moon and Mars, our team here at SRAG is extremely excited to be a part of that effort of keeping astronauts safe. For me and my team to be standing over in mission control when we step foot on the moon again would be one of the greatest achievements of my lifetime.
Space radiation is not typically harmful to us on Earth because the Earth's magnetic field extends thousands of miles out into space, helping shield us from the dangerous particles. Up next, we find out how radiation may affect astronauts on longer duration missions. But first, did you know that some astronauts from the Apollo mission through today have reported actually seeing radiation as flashes in their eyes? The flash the astronauts experience is space radiation zipping through their eyes like subatomic bullets. When the radiation strikes the retina, it triggers a false signal that the brain interprets as a flash of light. This is problematic because this radiation kills brain cells and also can trigger long-term problems such as cataracts, which is a clouding of the lens that focuses light on the retina. Research is now underway to help develop probes that can detect signs of cataracts in humans years before they become visible. Eventually, astronauts might carry such a probe with them on space missions, checking their eyes as they go.
For many years, NASA has been sending robotic spacecraft to faraway planets like Mars. Some of these missions have included instruments that have given us a basic understanding of the types of radiation we can expect outside the Earth orbit. Even with this knowledge, there is still much to be learned about how the radiation in deep space will affect our astronaut crews. To help increase our knowledge base, a unique facility called the NASA Space Radiation Laboratory is testing living cells with the types of radiation found in space. Our Johnny Alonso traveled to the Brookhaven National Laboratory in Long Island, New York to find out more.
Radiation exposure is a very real risk for astronauts. Ailments such as cataracts and many forms of cancer can be directly attributed to high exposure levels. Because most of our recent astronauts have remained in low Earth orbit where the Earth's magnetosphere provides some protection from radiation, exposure has been somewhat limited. But with future astronauts traveling to destinations like the Moon and Mars, radiation exposure will once again be at the forefront of study. To help us prepare for these dangerous space missions, NASA, in cooperation with the Brookhaven National Laboratory, is conducting research to help us understand the biological effects of space radiation. I spoke with Dr. Marcelo Vasquez at the NASA Space Radiation Laboratory here in Long Island, New York, to find out more.
Well, basically, I'm interested to find out if a galactic cosmic ray can kill brain cells. So in order to understand that, we have different models. For example, culture cells and petri dishes, expose them to cosmic rays and see if the cosmic ray can kill brain cells or produce some functional damage. That's one part of my research. The other part is study animals. If after cosmic ray radiation, they have some kind of behavioral changes or functional changes after long terms after their exposure. Basically, we want to try to understand the risk for astronauts for neurological damage induced by cosmic rays.
So how is galactic cosmic radiation different from other types of radiation?
Basically, we can say that the origin of these galactic cosmic rays are far, far away from us, outside our galaxy. Basically, supernovas well beyond our galaxy explode and produce this kind of tremendous release of energy, and that energy is cosmic rays. So cosmic rays are basically atoms, elements, that travel in the space near the speed of light. And one of the big unknowns is what kind of biological effect this cosmic ray can produce on astronauts. And this is really important for the new exploration mission to go back to the Moon and go to Mars. So our concern is that those cosmic rays, those atoms that are flying through the universe, they have the potential to produce damage. So one of the goals is try to find out what is the best strategies to reduce the risk for astronauts, for example, for Mars mission and Moon outposts and sorties. There's several ways to can protect, and we believe that this radiation risks are not a showstopper for astronauts, but there's a lot of unknowns, and that we need to reduce those unknowns in order to send astronauts in a safe way. But no matter what, astronauts with the best shielding, the best strategy, always will be exposed to some level of radiation.
How do you simulate galactic cosmic radiation on Earth?
We have what is called the NASA Space Radiation Laboratory. It's a facility to simulate the space radiation environment for biology or material sciences. So we have at Brookhaven big machines called particle accelerators. We benefit for that because they can accelerate cosmic rays like iron or carbon to the speed and energy that you will encounter in space. So these big machines deliver in a controlled fashion those heavy ions or charged particles to a target room. And so we can put cells, tissues on molecules in our target area and expose to those cosmic rays to understand what are the basic mechanisms. So the NASA have a research program addressing different topics like brain damage, cancer, DNA damage repair. It's a multi-user facility dedicated to support the NASA radiation health program.
How will biological research assist us in keeping our astronaut crews safe?
The first step is to understand the mechanism. So imagine this. These heavy particles traveling through your body traverse your cells, your skin, your brain, or liver. And we know for the fact, by our basic research, that when these particles traverse a cell, produce DNA molecule damage.
Ionizing radiation is a stream of particles that, when passing through a body, has enough energy to cause the atoms to lose electrons. These heavy ions can damage living cells and may cause changes in the cell's ability to carry out repair and reproduction. This could lead to mutations in an astronaut's cells, which may result in tumors, cancer, genetic defects in offspring, or even death. By one NASA estimate, for each year an astronaut spends in deep space, about 1/3 of their cell nuclei will be hit directly with heavy ions. With this knowledge in hand, a big push is on to better understand exactly how to properly protect our new exploration crews. Can you tell me the risks of long-term exposure versus short-term exposure?
Overall, NASA is concerned what is the total risk imposed by solar particle events that will be acute, so a really high dose of radiation delivered in a short period of time. But the good news that we know how to protect astronauts for that. But one of the big risks is the chronic low-dose exposure to galactic cosmic rays, and we still are thinking what is the best way to protect astronauts for that kind of risk.
In one study, it was determined that an astronaut on a 900-day Mars mission, housed inside a conventional spacecraft, would encounter nearly 1.1 sieverts of radiation. That is the equivalent to the amount of radiation one would be exposed to in 550 years on Earth.
So what does the future hold for this type of research?
Well, I think it's a bright future because for NASA and the plans to return to the moon and go to Mars, radiation is a really, really critical risk to need to be studied. So our research will play a critical role for future plans.
In the hope to better train and disseminate information about effects of these particles on living cells, researchers at Brookhaven National Labs also host a summer camp that teaches rudimentary particle physics to future and current biologists. Coming up, we'll find out how NASA is developing new shielding and protection procedures. But first, did you know that the Concorde jet had radiation detection equipment on board to protect the crews and passengers from galactic radiation? This type of equipment was needed because of the high altitudes the jet flew. Typical commercial aircraft generally fly between 20,000 and 45,000 feet. The Concorde would routinely fly at about 60,000 feet. The Earth's atmosphere offers little protection from radiation at such high altitudes. In the event that high levels are detected, an alert would sound inside the cockpit, allowing the pilots to descend to safer altitudes. Radiation is all around us. In fact, everyone has been exposed to some form of it during their lifetime. Whether from sitting on the beach, having x-rays taken, or even flying in an airplane, radiation exposure is unavoidable. Most of us can take steps to limit our exposure through staying out of the sun, using sunscreen, or just staying away from potentially hazardous risks. Of course, astronauts don't have the same luxury. To help ensure their safety, sophisticated monitoring and shielded systems have been developed by researchers at NASA Johnson Space Center. Let's go back to Tonya St. Romain to find out more.
Radiation is one of the biggest dangers facing our space crews. In fact, exposure to it is such a risk that officially, the U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Administration lists all astronauts as radiation workers. This designation means that over the course of their career, an astronaut can only receive the same levels of radiation as any other nuclear worker. Of course, since radiation does not stay constant in space, monitoring the fluctuating levels can be challenging. Since the end of the Apollo program, researchers have been able to keep close tabs on crew exposures due to the fact that none of our recent crews have traveled outside of the protection of the Earth's magnetosphere.
But what will happen when crews begin to travel on longer missions away from the protection of the Earth? To help answer that question, I spoke with Mary Van Balen at NASA Johnson Space Center.
As NASA's radiation health officer, I use the information that's provided from the dosimeters that the astronauts wear in space to assess their radiation exposure. I would think most people are familiar with a film badge that's used in an x-ray suite when they go to get x-rays done. We use similar passive monitors. We use different materials because the radiation environment in space is different, but it's the same basic idea. The crew member wears this badge or this dosimeter and during the time of their space flight, and when they return to Earth, we process that dosimeter, which gives us an estimate of the astronaut's radiation dose in flight, and then we use that to compare to the radiation limits.
How do you limit the amount of radiation an astronaut's exposed to?
NASA starts off with using scientific evidence to know how much the human body can be exposed to without seeing any clinical damage. So short-term limits or career limits are used. Short-term limits are designed so that the astronaut wouldn't get too much radiation to cause one of the acute radiation syndromes. We also have career limits where we try to limit the astronaut to an increase of 3% of fatal cancer. Radiation exposures have a risk associated with them, and that risk that's most fundamental to NASA is an increase in cancer. And so we try to limit our astronaut crews to no more than 3%. It's kind of an interesting thing because the increased risk of cancer is based on the age at which you first received that exposure. So younger individuals are more susceptible or have an increased risk than older individuals. There's also a gender dependence on that, and so females are considered to be at higher risk for developing cancer. So our limits are set such that we keep the risk consistent across the board of that 3% cancer, but the number itself, or the radiation dose, might be smaller for a younger female.
What challenges will crews face when they leave low Earth orbit?
With the exception of the Apollo astronauts, all crews have remained within low Earth orbit. And in low Earth orbit, the Earth's atmosphere and the magnetosphere is actually protected. And so the magnetic charge on the fields actually prevents some of the particles from getting in. So the composition of the environment will be the same types of particles. However, there will be more outside of low Earth orbit. So missions to the moon will result in much larger radiation exposures. Going to Mars, those mission durations will be quite long. And so not only will you have a higher radiation field, you'll also have a longer duration within that mission. And so you'll result in larger exposures.
One of the major challenges facing us is how to shield astronauts from radiation. Research tells us that some metals are good shields, but weight will be a major consideration. For example, in order to keep within weight limits, only thin skins could be applied to a craft, which will allow too much radiation into living quarters. But adding thick layers of radiation blocking material could make the craft much too heavy. An added concern is, once the atoms inside the metal skin are hit by incoming particles, they would bounce around like billiard balls, causing secondary particle shedding, which could in fact be as dangerous to crews as the original radiation. One solution currently being discussed is the use of hydrogen-rich plastic such as polyethylene, which is the same material found in garbage bags. Hydrogen is a good radiation-blocking element, and some hydrogen-rich plastics can be formed into lightweight, strong shields that are about 10 times stronger than aluminum. This is just one of the innovative designs that are currently being reviewed for use in space.
The whole goal in the long run is to have our astronaut crews be as healthy as possible throughout the entire mission. Not just survive the mission, but be as healthy and thrive during the mission.
Another tool researchers are using to help monitor radiation is something called the phantom torso. This is a simulated human torso that houses real bones and plastic organs that measure the amount of radiation to which an astronaut is exposed while in space. Let's go back out to Tonya, who spoke with Dr. Francis Cucinato, NASA's chief scientist for radiation research.
In most science fiction films, threats to space travelers usually deal with aliens, asteroids, and a host of other menaces. But in reality, one of the biggest threats to space travelers is in fact radiation. That's why it's imperative that NASA researchers focus on finding ways to shield astronauts from exposure. I spoke with Dr. Francis Cucinato at NASA Johnson Space Center to find out more.
Shielding, one of the things you should think about is that you don't have to shield the entire spacecraft, that you can shield just portions of a spacecraft where you could locate astronauts during a solar storm. The solar storms last from 1 to 2 days, but the peak of the radiation is only over about an 8-hour time frame. So you can save a lot of cost in launching mass by locating the astronauts in one place within a spaceship or a habitat on the moon or Mars. And then in that localized region we can have extra shielding, and there we can also use better materials. So the materials like aluminum are a typical spacecraft material. They're very sturdy, easy to use, but they're not the best materials for shielding. So in these localized areas of a spacecraft, we would plan on using a material with a lot of hydrogen in it. So hydrogen turns out to be the best material for stopping ions as they pass through the material.
Can you explain how radiation will affect the astronauts?
One of the things that's important when you look at radiation effects is that it's a game of risks. So like any other risk, like driving your car or taking an airplane flight. So you really have to stop and say, well, is it worth it to take the risk? So when you look at that question, there's two things that come to mind. One is, what am I doing? So you think, well, I'm going to discover life on Mars. So it's obvious that you will take risks. So you'll accept the risk from radiation. But the other part of the coin is, what is the risk? Because now NASA or the families of an astronaut, they want to know what the risk is, and some of the astronauts too want to know what the risk is. On a space shuttle mission, the risks from radiation are very small, so even if we're off in our predictions by a lot, there's really no outcome to that, or bad outcome. When you go to the moon or to Mars, we know that the risk from radiation is going up. So now the point is that the accuracy of our prediction becomes more and more important as the risk is expected to get higher and higher. This is the basic physics and understanding of these processes has been developed along with the knowledge from us understanding space radiation effects.
What are some of the preventative measures you're taking for astronaut safety?
We're looking into ways to prevent radiation effects through countermeasures. And the key to countermeasures is knowledge. So if we look again at this problem of going from genetic damage or tissue damage to late effects like cancer, we believe that the way you can prevent this is understanding the whole problem from top to bottom and then looking for an opportunity to intervene and prevent the cancer from growing. So that this has obvious benefits on Earth. One area we're interested in is that it turns out that the ends of chromosomes, which are called telomeres, if they're lost through a radiation event, the deletion of the telomere, that this is one of the mechanisms that causes cancer. So we're looking now at mechanisms that you could use with the drugs or other biological countermeasure, biochemical methods to prevent the loss of the telomere from radiation. But telomere loss is not only occurring with radiation damage, it's also occurring from cigarette smoking and poor diet. So there's a whole bunch of other areas where protection of telomere damage would be applicable on Earth.
How do you not get frustrated dealing with so many unknowns in your research?
Well, that's the most fun part of the job, is that you're doing something that's unknown, it's new, so it's sort of like discovering, a voyage of discovery, like going into space, that you're trying to look at what's really happening to people when they're exposed to radiation at the very most basic level. You have to really go down to DNA, the physical interactions of radiation with DNA, and how DNA, when it's changed, leads to disease. So these are really basic science questions, and we've come to understanding that that's the only way we really can protect the astronauts, because if you use a method that's empirical, meaning there's a lot of assumptions and things that you really don't know, but you'll just skip over that you can actually make very life-threatening mistakes in the end. So you really need to go to this very basic approach and understand the whole problem from top to bottom.
That's it for this episode of NASA's Destination Tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us here at NASA, we'll see you next time.
There's only 700 endangered mountain gorillas left in the entire world. And really, they're all found right here in the Central African nations. But there's about 360 of them in the mountain ranges which we're in right now. So we're on our way to find 14 of them. Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina here at Busch Gardens, Tampa. And this is Mayombe Reserve, home to 7 western lowland gorillas, one of which was discovered pregnant soon before I left for an African adventure to view gorillas in the wild. Back in 1999, I visited the Central African Republic in search of lowland gorillas. And even though we discovered footprints and food, I never actually saw the gorillas. So recently, when I had the opportunity to visit Rwanda, I jumped at the chance to return to Africa, this time to visit the very endangered mountain gorillas. In the next 30 minutes, you'll witness several life-changing events as we follow the emotional story of Kashina through her pregnancy and explore all that it takes to prepare for a new baby at Mayombe. And you'll join me on my journey deep into the Rwandan forest to see if I'm successful on my second attempt to find gorillas. All this and a whole lot more coming up right now in this episode of Saving a Species, The Gorilla Story. Since Busch Gardens Mayombe is such a beautiful habitat, you'd think it would be the perfect romantic setting for gorillas, right? Well, sometimes it's as much about chemistry. And it wasn't until a gorilla named Senzu arrived from the Denver Zoo that things really started to get exciting. Sure, the possibility of a gorilla baby at Busch Gardens is thrilling, but the staff knows it's so much more than that.
They're critically endangered in the wild, so anything that we can do in a zoological setting is going to help them ultimately in the future.
So there are reasons to celebrate. It marks a step forward in gorilla conservation, and it will be the first gorilla birth ever in Busch Gardens' 46-year history. That is, if everything goes smoothly. In the medical area behind the scenes at Mayombe, Dr. Ray Ball leads Kashina's extraordinary veterinary team. They're all aware that a gorilla birth in a zoological park is quite remarkable.
It's not a very common event at all, so it's quite noteworthy in general for the species, and it is our first here at Busch Gardens, so we're all very excited and anxious to see this come out well.
The gestation period, or length of pregnancy for a gorilla, lasts 8 to 8.5 months. Adult female gorillas, although smaller than males, are still big, weighing on the average of around 200 pounds. Plus, they're strong. From the very beginning, Kashina and her keepers work with each other to make sure Kashina stays healthy and comfortable, while both she and the staff remain safe.
We first saw some breeding with Kashina around April 11th, and 2 weeks after that we followed up with an over-the-counter pregnancy test that you would find at just a regular local pharmacy. After that, we verified it a couple more times, and then we started the ultrasound training.
Kashina's ultrasounds are done on a completely voluntary basis. On cue, she climbs the mesh and presents herself for these important medical exams. One thing Dr. Ball may be able to tell from the ultrasound is whether or not Kashina will be able to deliver the baby naturally. If there are complications, she might need a surgical operation to deliver the baby. And just like in humans, it's called a cesarean or C-section.
We really couldn't see anything until she was about 6-8 weeks into her gestation. And we wanted to try to follow it the best we could and see if there was anything we needed to do to help us plan for a cesarean, a natural birth, or just something to help her along. So we've been doing it on a sort of an infrequent basis just to see, one, that she's still pregnant, if we can get an idea of the size of the baby, and just, get an overall assessment to make sure everything's going along well.
Making sure all is going well during the pregnancy is certainly important.
That little circle right there, yeah, that's probably part of the baby.
But the team is uncertain how Kashina will react to the baby after it's born. So learning how to be a good mom becomes a big part of Kashina's training. After all, gorilla babies are still babies.
They are very tiny in comparison, especially to human babies. They're only about 3 to 4 pounds.
Since baby gorillas are completely dependent on their mothers until they're at least 6 months old, the bond between mom and baby is crucial. So the team invents some creative techniques to teach Kashina how to care for her newborn.
These are stuffed gorillas that we're planning to use for Kashina's training. What we're going to do is we wanted to use an object that looks similar to a gorilla baby. That way she can get used to seeing it, bringing something up to the mesh, presenting a bottle to it in case we do have that worst case scenario.
We have a vest that we wear around, so she sees me holding that baby venturally whenever I'm working with her. They learn from visual. So we're hoping by her watching me carry the animal around that she will learn how to carry her baby around.
But what if Kashina doesn't respond to her baby? Then the team would switch to plan B.
Of course, we would hope that Kashina is a great mom and does everything that she needs to do and raises it wonderfully. Worst case scenario would be she's not interested in it at all, and then we would have to step in and start caring for it until we were able to put it back with her.
There's a lot of preparation for after the baby's born, but first we have to get through the pregnancy.
Last night we came into the house and we noticed there was a little bit of blood spots on the floor. So we called our vets right away and they told us to go ahead and separate her down and keep a close eye on her.
Well, we've been hiking now for about an hour. Have seen some signs, a little poop back there on the road, but the guides are going up forward and to see if they can find exactly where the gorillas are. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. Stay with us. Mayambi Reserve is a great place for anybody to come and get an up-close look at gorillas. And over the years, we've been involved in some pretty amazing experiences with them here at Busch Gardens. But you know, regardless of how incredible these experiences have been, I don't think anything prepared me for what I was about to witness in Rwanda. Gorilla poop. Great sign that the gorillas have been here. And definitely they're vegetarians. Gorillas are members of the great ape family, which is comprised of 2 primary species, eastern gorillas and western gorillas. The eastern gorilla is made up of 2 subspecies, the eastern lowland gorilla and the mountain gorilla. And the western gorilla's 2 subspecies are the western lowland gorilla and the cross river gorilla. Gorillas are found in rainforests, swamps, or in the case of mountain gorillas, the higher altitudes of Central Africa. Our journey starts here in Rwanda, and after my unsuccessful search for gorillas a few years ago, I'm filled with anticipation. Our guide, Anna Klett, preps us on the limited amount of time we have.
The maximum time we have to spend with the gorillas is only 1 hour. This is because we want to give them time to deal with their daily or usual activities, like looking for food. If they need to populate, they will have time, because these gorillas, they are used to people. They can even stay with us the whole day. They don't mind. But staying with people the whole day will not be good for them, because they will forget what they have to do, which is not good for their conservation.
So we head into the forest to look for gorillas. But I just have one minor concern. Will we see stinging nettles on the way, or not until we kind of get right near the gorillas? The air is cool, but as we walk, we warm up quickly. Not long into the hike, I think about how significant this opportunity is. There's only 700 endangered mountain gorillas left in the entire world, and really they're all found right here in the Central African nations. but there's about 360 of them in the mountain ranges which we're in right now. So we're on our way to find 14 of them. And along the way, you never know what you'll run across.
Buffalo feces. Very, very fresh.
Watch where you step. Actually, I'm more concerned about where I put my hands. Who knows? I'll put my gloves back on in case we run into any stinging nettles. All right. One thing's for sure, the park has plenty of the gorillas' favorite foods. Look at, this is what the gorillas feed on, is these little shoots here. They actually just break them off. And look at that. Peel off the outer part, and inside, hearts of bamboo. Very good.
Mostly what they want is this part. It's like a sugar cane.
Heart of bamboo? Let me try it.
Bamboo, yeah.
The gorillas know what's going on. I tell you, that's good stuff.
Like
Okay, I'll share.
There are so many bamboo.
That's good.
I'm moving out here. It's good stuff.
As we get deeper into our trek, I wonder if we're gonna see those gorillas. And I wonder about something else. We need gloves for the nettles?
Yes.
Okay, keep them on. I guess I'm just thinking about the nettles there. Anaclet believes we're getting closer to the gorillas. And as we start a steeper climb up the mountain, suddenly, he does something that really touches me. You're actually asking the gorillas?
Yes.
Okay.
That we are coming, we are approaching. May we enter?
And what if they say no? What happens?
If they say no, they can. They don't want.
Okay. And
But
if they say
don't
yes?
reply, they will
Okay.
keep quiet.
Okay. Wow. They asked permission. That is so cool. Maybe that's what we didn't do on my 1999 trip. Because today, asking permission gives us great results. This is absolutely amazing. We didn't really have to hike that far. The gorillas are on the edge of the bamboo forest, and they're sitting right out in the open, which isn't very common at all. Normally, people are having to hike for hours. They're having to go through the bamboo forest, through the stinging nettles, and the gorillas are right here in front of us. Our whole group is just amazed. This is better than I ever expected. The silverback is 5 yards in back of me right now. He is the largest male of this group. And look at this, the baby is crawling up right in front. I've got to move out of the way because the baby is coming right up to us. The silverback is very protective of the group, and he will actually fight to the death in order to protect them. So that's why we're staying out of the way. The biggest and strongest gorilla actually becomes the silverback, the leader of the group. And he wasn't really hanging out too much with the rest of the group. We saw him walk by once, but he was still on the lookout while the others were resting. And what's most interesting is he was the first one to take off, so he led the group out. They just got up and followed without too much communication. They knew it was time. And the really interesting thing is this guy here, he's the assistant to the leader, and he stays behind to make sure everybody is gone and that everything is safe. You got the leader in the front and the assistant in the back. What a system. After a very quick hour, it's time to head back to camp.
Thank you very much. As long as you are within the country, I'm sure you will be discovering many things from Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, this was incredible. Never expected it to be this good.
Thank you.
And the rest of the group shares my enthusiasm.
It's just life-changing in the sense that you have a total appreciation for wildlife and the need to conserve.
As a photographer, you want to see at least an eye or nose or something like this. Heck, we come out here today and they're in broad daylight. And they were kind enough to share an hour of their lives with us.
It was insane. It was absolutely insane. I never thought in a million years I'd ever get that close to a gorilla.
It doesn't get any better than this.
Even Anna Klett, who sees the gorillas every day, still appreciates them at the deepest level.
I love animals. I love gorillas. I love them. I want them to stay there, to increase their number, so that even my children maybe have opportunity to see them in their future. I love them. I love conservation.
What an incredible day. A day that none of us would trade for the world. And as it comes to an end, I remember something that struck me when I was watching the gorillas. Something back home that I have to look forward to. When I see these babies, I think of Kashina, who's pregnant right now at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. We're all waiting, we're doing everything we can to make sure it's a healthy and successful birth. Okay, I finally found why we're actually wearing the gloves. These are stinging nettles. And if they get on your skin, they actually burn. And it doesn't go away for quite a while. So that's why we were told to wear the gloves. They're right here in the area of the gorillas. As Kashina nears her expected delivery date, the team notices signs that there may be a problem. Her veterinary staff responds immediately under the direction of Busch Gardens vet, Dr. Ball. Suddenly, the moment the team has been waiting for is now filled with apprehension and concern as the scene unfolds minute by minute. Quickly, Kashina is prepped for an ultrasound to determine the severity of the problem.
I think that's the heart. I'm not seeing any movement at all, guys. I'm not seeing the baby move.
But then there's movement.
Right down there. Nope. I think. Yep. There's something going. I'm just gonna try to count that. It's making me start. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. I had 30. What's mom's?
135.
And 120. We got a disparity there, so I think that's not good.
At this moment, based on his assessment, Dr. Ball decides to do a cesarean section. A decision that will hopefully save Kashina and her baby. Preparations are made to do surgery in the OR. Since gorilla births are so similar to human births, a local OB/GYN, Dr. Lynch, had been consulting throughout Kashina's pregnancy. So now she joins the surgical team as they work to deliver the baby.
4, she's good.
And then the moment we have all waited for. A healthy, hefty baby boy. Baby Belingo has finally arrived. The team is elated as mom starts on her course of recuperation and baby starts a whole new life.
I know it happens all the time on a daily basis all over the world. Babies are born, gorillas are born, chimps are born, but to just be there and be able to witness the C-section and have this baby, almost 5-pound gorilla, come out, and he was alive and everything was going to be okay. It was just very, very hard to explain, other than just the most exciting thing I think I've ever done, even giving birth to my own children.
One major hurdle is overcome, but another is on the horizon. Remember all the training that went into preparing Kashina to be a good mom? Well, we hope it works, but only time will tell. For the last 8 years, we've actually supported a program in the Congo called Mbeli Bai. And even though those are lowland gorillas as opposed to these mountain gorillas, it's all information that's added to what is known about gorillas. And as a matter of fact, just a few weeks ago, it was discovered at the Mbeli Bai project that gorillas use tools for the first time that was ever documented, which is a pretty amazing thing. Our guide told us that this is actually a type of squash, which is elephant food, but that the gorilla babies use it as a ball toy. Now, if that's not human, I don't know what is. So just how big is it to have baby Belingo born at Busch Gardens?
Absolutely huge for us. This is the first gorilla birth at Busch Gardens in Tampa, so we've been waiting for this for quite a long time. So as you can tell, everybody's really pumped up. We've had the veterinary staff and the zoological keeping staff, the animal care staff probably involved with it the whole time. So finally, we get to see the baby, and the baby's here, and it's nice and healthy, and we couldn't be happier.
In the 10 days it took Kashina to recuperate from giving birth, the Busch Gardens team cared for Belingo 24/7, all the time wondering, how risky is it to introduce Kashina to her newborn son?
We felt it was definitely important to take that chance, because that is the most important thing, that he is raised by her and not by us, even for a few months.
Knowing how significant the mother-baby bond is, it was important to reunite Kashina with Belingo. This introduction was thought through as carefully as every other step of this entire process.
We fed him a bottle. We had the black fur vest that he was used to clinging onto. He was quite content. He didn't cry at all. We secured the bedroom, and then we opened the door, and she immediately, without any hesitation, came over, kind of picked him up off that rug, threw that rug aside, and she took off into a corner with him and was holding him and kissing him and grumbling and happy singing with him immediately. And we just did the observations, and she's not put him down since.
And that's a good thing, since gorilla babies stay close to their mothers until they reach 4 to 5 years of age. This relationship is instrumental in the well-being and healthy development of young gorillas. Dr. Chris Whittier knows the reverse side of this all too well. As a field veterinarian with the Mountain Gorilla Veterinary Project in Rwanda, he sees the results of orphan gorillas firsthand. But the mutual benefits of information shared between programs like MGVP and zoological parks is apparent to Chris.
We're very fortunate with this wild population because so much is known about gorilla medicine from zoos. So, we have the basic anesthesia protocols, and we have some idea of what normal blood values are and all of those sort of things. So basically the veterinary medicine that's been done with zoo gorillas is a very good starting point for us. And yeah, there are some subtle differences with these gorillas, but not a lot.
In return, information from programs like the Mountain Gorilla Veterinary Project may lead to techniques that help preserve this extremely endangered animal. Threats such as habitat loss, hunting them for bushmeat, or poaching the parents in order to abduct the babies remains a challenge. Believe it or not, snares like this are still being used to trap wild gorillas. orphans are still found. And that's how Chris came to know this eastern lowland gorilla, a 3-year-old male that had been taken from his family and was malnourished and traumatized. Chris hopes to rehabilitate him and return him to a family group when he's older. But there are some bumps in the road.
You know, a lot of people imagine that it must be, great to have a baby gorilla in the yard. And yeah, sometimes it's great, but it's also, it's an animal that shouldn't, be living in the yard. And he's quite a handful. He's almost 70 pounds now. And he's probably stronger than I am. I liken him to, a 3 to 5-year-old child that's as strong as a 30-year-old man. So he's quite a handful.
But there is some good news. Increased security in African parks has reduced poaching. Ecotourism, native education, and government support have all helped to increase awareness of the gorilla's plight. And as people become more aware, they become more involved. And that's the answer to saving endangered species. Back in the U.S., we can do our part in conservation through education. And today, Kashina and Bolingo are doing great and can be seen at Mayombe Reserve. Kashina is a doting and caring mother, and Bolingo is exploring his new environment from a perfect vantage point. They play a big role in educating guests about gorillas, and what we learned from Bolingo's success story can be shared to help other zoological parks.
I am in the middle of working on a paper to hopefully present at the AZA conference, and we want to talk about what worked for us with Kashina. So hopefully other facilities can take what we've used with her, and maybe if they need the same situation, they can use some of the same things.
From Africa to America, we work together to save one species, because all of them are crucial to the health of our planet.
I think it's safe to say that if the gorillas weren't part of this forest, there would be much less interest in protecting it for the other animals, and the whole ecosystem would suffer.
The birth of Bolingo was remarkable for many reasons. In addition to making history here at Busch Gardens, he's a new link in the gorilla's species survival plan, and he'll play an important role in education and demonstrating just how amazing gorillas really are. From Busch Gardens and SeaWorld, I'm Julie Scardina. Thanks for watching The Gorilla Story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The primates featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support to the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us, so we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
boy, he's going to be great. Oh, it's going to be so much fun. But reading foreman, did you know summer reading's almost over already? I know, we just started, it seemed like. Wow. But we have all next week. You can keep reading books and getting prizes, or listening to books. You can listen to books too and get prizes. Now, what's our last day of summer reading? Do you remember? Oh, maybe she may know. Yes, you got it. Yay, you. The 29th is our last day of summer reading. That's our last day. You can check out books that count as a prize, and then you have 2 weeks after that to pick up your prizes. We still got a lot of prizes, don't we? We want to have boys and girls come and get all these prizes they've earned. Do you know anything else, reading foreman? That's it? Oh, okay.
Well, very little today.
All right. Well, let's get started. Okay. Do you know his name? You know our special guest name today?
We have Mr. Bob Tarter here with us today.
With NHECM. He's going to put on a great show. I know he is. But we cannot holler our slogan today, can we?
No. You guys know why we can't holler it today?
Because the animals could get like...
Because we don't want the animals going crazy. That's right. No crazy animals today. So we are going to whisper our slogan, build a better world. Because we are building a better world all summer. So let's do that on the count of 3. Build a better world and whisper. 1, 2, 3. Build a better world. Hey, Mr. Bob Tarter.
Thank you. Good morning. Very good. My name is Bob Tarter. I'm with NHECM. If you have ever remembered seeing a wildlife program with me before, raise your hand, please. Good. We like repeats. Hands down. If you have ever seen me give a wildlife program, you know we'll have a good time. You do not believe me? You can ask me. I'll tell you all about it. Now, whenever we have a wildlife program, it doesn't matter if there's 3 people or 1,000. Whenever we have a wildlife program, there are 3 rules you all need to follow. Now, I have to tell you, 2016 was a very important calendar year for me and my company. I actually now travel over 10 states. Bless you. We now visit all the way down to Natchitoches, Louisiana. It is spelled Natchitoches for those people that don't know how to talk. Earlier this week, I was in High Point, North Carolina. Now, we are doing about 250 schools during the school year. During the summer of the last week in May, June, and July, I have myself and other programmers running around. We do another 200 programs during June and July. Now, with that, we're going to have a lot of fun, and there's always a lot of vocabulary. Now, it doesn't matter if there's 3 people or 1,000. Last year, with the nationwide Harry Potter Day at the Clarksville, Tennessee Public Library, they had me conduct a Care of Magical Creatures program. I brought a hedgehog, a legless lizard, a Burmese python, and the eagle owl. 1,487 people showed up for one event. I did not charge nearly enough for that one. They want me back. I want $5 a head. We also did the lowest attended program I ever conducted, and that was at the Luxora, Arkansas Public Library. 3 people showed up, and 2 of them were the librarians working that day. They actually closed that branch now. But whenever we have a program, doesn't matter if there's 3 people or 1,000, there are 3 rules, and most of you are doing good. Rule 1, I want your bottoms all the way on your carpet, sitting crisscross applesauce, hands in your laps. If you can see my hands, you'll see these animals. Do not worry, I drink a lot of tea. I'm going to be walking around the entire time. While I'm walking around with these animals in my hands, I can watch my feet. If you have your hand or your foot in the aisle and I step on it, it's not going to feel good. I'm a big fat guy. Be careful, it starts in your 30s. So rule 1, stay seated, stay quiet. Rule 2, you think there's anything interesting with me today? Yes, that means you're going to have questions. Questions are great. Questions I will learn. Rule 2 states we save our questions for the end of the program. We go over them as a group. Rule 2 is everyone's favorite because Rule 2 means you get to hang out longer with me. So save your questions. We will go over them at the end. Rule 3, I want to see how smart you all are. I'll be asking you questions. If you have an answer to one of my questions, I want you to raise your hand. You don't want to holler out the answers. We don't want to scare these animals. Now these are 3 simple, easy rules. Stay seated, stay quiet, save your questions. If you have an answer to one of mine, you can raise your hand. Everyone that wants to stay here, see the animals, and follow my 3 rules, raise your hand, please. Good. Hands down. Does anybody want to break the rules, make me upset, and be told to leave? No, we don't want to do that. That'd be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Parents, grandparents, caregivers, thank you very much for bringing yourselves and your little ones here for our wildlife program. Please feel free to take as many pictures you like during the program, but this is now time to silence and vibrate your phone. If your phone goes off while I'm talking, you will be volunteer for stuff you do not want to be a part of. Most importantly, in the social happy media world we live in, you can post any pictures of me and my animals on whatever social media page you choose to. I just do ask you to be aware who is in the background of these photos. Some parents do not want their child in your social media page. You need to respect that. Conversely, you have to understand you are here in a public building. You're at the public library. We'll be taking pictures today. You may end up on the library's Facebook page. You may end up in the newspaper. If you do not want this, tough, deal with it. Seriously, people are now beginning to complain to me about the way their hair looked on Facebook. I don't care. Now, how many of you can tell me by raise your hand, what is the theme to your summer reading program this year? What is the theme? Go.
Build a better world.
Very good, build a better world. Now, the build a better world can be in many different ways. One of the things I like to do to build a better world is I hate seeing trash on the ground. Whenever I'm walking around, I always pick up the trash. That's why my pockets are always filthy. Because I like to throw things away. Building a better world could be something as living more healthy, making good life decisions, or it could be literally physically building things to help our family out and help our own kind out. Now, the animal lineup that we have with us today is called the Desert Dwellers. This is a program that is going to have animals living in communities in the desert. Now, if you were here with Miss Shauna, she brought you the animals that live in a rainforest. A rainforest can rain almost every day. But a desert is going to be very little precipitation. It has nothing to do with temperature, though. 78% of Antarctica is actually a desert, even though the temperatures don't get above freezing. There's snow on the ground. Very little annual precipitation. Now, as always, I'm going to use a lot of vocabulary. Mouths closed, ears open. Save your questions. If you haven't answered one of mine, you can raise your hand. This first animal we're going to get out today is special because he's been in my collection for over 3.5 years, and I've never seen him drink water, ever. He doesn't even have a water dish in his enclosure. This creature has a very odd-sounding name. This is the Egyptian Uromastyx. That is spelled U-R-O-M-A-S-T-Y-X. We call him Euro for short. Now, everything in the wild has a job they're supposed to do. There's a term for this. Open ears. New word, niche. Say it, please. Niche. And when you look at this animal, you can theorize their niche or their job. The first thing I always like to look at is an animal's eyes. Now, this guy here has very weird, red, demon-colored looking eyeballs. But when he looks at you, can you see his eyeballs are on the sides of his head? That's telling you this animal is not using depth perception to find his food, meaning his food is not going to run away from him, but he's looking around, trying to make sure that he doesn't become someone's food. Now, do plants get up and run away from you? No. So this animal here is going to be a consumer of only plant material. Plant eater's good. Who can give me that better term? What do we call the consumer that eats only plant material? Go. Help him out. Very good. Herbivore. Say it, please. Herbivores are consumers that eat only plant material and meat. When you think about vegetarian and vegans, those are confused people, and I've never met one I like. I think they're all a little crazy. Now, this animal here is an herbivore, meaning he eats only plant material. He is found in the Middle East and the Sahara Sudan deserts of Africa. And that's going to be important because he's built to survive in that desert. He has a very long body that is wide, but he's also very flat. And that flat body is going to help him survive. Now, besides being an herbivore, he is also different from us. Take 2 fingers, touch the skin on your neck. Are you warm or cold? Warm. We're a warm-blooded creature. Borrow your hand. Warm or cold? Cold. Cold. He is a cold-blooded creature, meaning he's only going to be as warm as the environment around allows. The warmer he is, the faster he can move, the more food he can eat. Every time a cold-blooded creature raises their body temperature up 10 degrees, they get to digest 4 times more food. This guy right now is about 7 degrees Fahrenheit. When he's as happy as he is at home in his enclosure, he will be right underneath the basking light and he will be 150 degrees Fahrenheit for 12 hours during the day. If you're 150 degrees for 12 hours, you're going to be a piece of jerky and dead. Where this animal's actually very happy with it. The warmer he is, the faster he moves, the more food he can eat. Every time a cold-blooded creature raises their body temperature up 10 degrees, they get to digest 4 times more food. Think about this with yourself. If you were a cold-blooded animal and you ate 3 meals a day in the middle of winter, come summertime, when you're running around outside, your body temperature's over 100 degrees, you'd have to eat 164 meals in one day. 1.75 million calories in a 24-hour period. What would you eat? Chocolate, cheesecake, ice cream? I'm more bonus ribeye, first kind of guy. Now, what you gotta understand, this guy, when he wakes up in the morning, the first thing he's gonna do is he's gonna pop his head out of wherever he spent the night. And the warm solar radiation will start warming up that throat. And that sunlight will warm up his throat. And then he will use his circulatory system, his heart, his arteries, his vein, to start pumping that pre-warm blood around his body. And then he'll have enough energy to climb all the way out of where he spent the night and sit in the full sun. And sitting in that full sun, he will warm up his body to 150 degrees. And then he'll start roaming around looking for food to eat. Now, these chubby cheeks right here are important because this animal lives in a very dry environment, the desert, and the desert plants are going to be much thicker cell walled than our plants here. So those chubby cheeks are actually full of muscles. You can even see he's got a serrated lip edge to it because the plants in the desert are going to be much tougher to be able to keep that moisture in their body. Now, as a warm-blooded animal, when we get hot, we sweat. Now, I know ladies don't sweat, but you glow, glisten, spritz, sparkle, shimmer, shine. You're taking that fluid from the inside of your body and serving your skin. Feel that? No moisture is leaving that area right there. Reminds me of like leather. Now, in the afternoon, the desert sands can actually get too hot, and they can reach up to 225, 250 degrees. He'll climb back in underneath that ground again, underneath that burrow. These front limbs here will dig the hole even farther. Any predator that comes up behind him gets a face full of this medieval mace-like tail. And that tail's used as a weapon to smack things that he does when I'm around. You're okay, I was getting her in the back. What you gotta think of here, this animal's tail, bring your finger down, feels kind of nice. Go up, sometimes he thinks he's a cat, it's the weirdest thing. That tail right there is used as a weapon. There was one day in the fall of the year, he was in his enclosure. He didn't know it was me, his eyes were closed, but I reached in and grabbed him by the midsection. He smacked me so hard, so fast with his tail, looked like I took a cheese grater across my arm 6 times. I was dripping blood from that. Now, classroom household pet, the Euromastic will do very well, survives in a diet of dried black-eyed peas and kale. If you've ever had a dried black-eyed pea that hasn't been soaked properly, you chew it, you can crack a tooth. When he eats it, it sounds like he's crunching ice. Those powerful jaw muscles do it. A little bit of moisture he needs to survive on, this animal gets from that green leafy kale in our diet for us. Now, this is our herbivore. Say it again. Herbivore. You can always look at an animal's anatomy and theorize their niche, that job in the wild forest. Now, there are smaller herbivorous lizards. There are other Euromastics that will actually be more brightly colored. And these animals are going to be blending into the background of the deserts that they live in for us. Now, we're going to go ahead and put him up. Euromastic is actually a pretty nice, easy pet. We're going to get out the next animal. The next animal here has a different niche and a different anatomy for us. This next animal is a creature that eats only other animals. Meat eater's good. Who can give me that better term? You got the last one. You're doing good, though. Help him out. Go.
Consumer.
No. What do we call the consumer that eats only meat, only other animals?
Carnivore.
Very good. Carnivore. Say it, please.
Carnivore.
Now, if I get out of carnivore, do you all need to act properly? Yes. Now, what you got to remember, like I said, I now own and operate my company. I've had my company about 15 years. I do about 500 programs annually. Now, what you have to think about, the cool thing about my job, if I find an animal I want, I pretty much just buy it, make up a program with it. Now, it is illegal in the state of Tennessee to have a venomous snake in captivity. You have to remember I married my attorney, and I brought a venomous lizard. Bubble. Now, what you got to think of here, you can raise your hand and identify him. What is it, son?
I was watching a lot of shows about those.
And what is it called? Okay, help me out. What's his name? Very good. Catch a bubble, buddy. This is the Gila monster. This is one of 2 venomous lizards we have in North America. Now, look at the anatomy again. We have a very long-bodied lizard that is wide but flat. The key difference is when he looks at you, you see his eyeballs are closer to the front part of his head. That means he's using his eyesight to judge distance. You got to be able to look at the target with both eyes to be able to judge the distance for you. Animals that have their eyes on the side of the head are not judging distance because they're making sure they're not going to become someone's food. The other cool thing about this animal, you see how he's already sticking out his tongue? You see with your eyes, you hear with your ears, you smell with your nose, you touch with your skin. What sense do we use our tongue for? What do we use our tongue for? Taste. This animal here is tasting the air, looking for food, looking for predators. Try and experiment with me. Underneath the black tablecloth, I brought a surprise. Stick your tongue out at it. Can y'all taste the chocolate chip cookies I brought for you? No, I didn't bring any. It's a joke. Your tongue doesn't work like that. You don't get a cookie. This animal here takes his tongue, flicks it through the ear, where he then pulls that scintillated particle tongue to the inside of their body. Once it's on the inside of their body, there's a hole in the roof of the mouth. Feel like a brand new basketball or beads? Which one do you feel?
Basketball.
I grew up on a farm. I think it feels like Indian corn that dried on the cob. Again, a very thick hide that's keeping that moisture in his body. Now, when you see a brightly colored, slow-moving animal that is not afraid of you, that is Mother Nature telling you not to mess with it. This creature is venomous. Sit on your bottom legs, you're doing good. Venomous is something that gets injected into your body. Poison is something that is ingested in your body. There's a difference for that. Now, this brightly colored carnivore will be found in the desert Southwest, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona. And he will be walking around tasting the air. And if he tastes the air and finds a ground-dwelling nest, most of your desert animals are going to be nesting on the ground because there's very few trees in the desert. So this guy here will be walking around tasting the air. And if he tastes, it could be a roadrunner, a quail, or even a jackrabbit. This animal will walk all the way up to that nest. And the parents protecting that nest will see this brightly colored, slow-moving carnivore that is venomous and go, you know, we can always make new babies next year. And the parents will abandon the nest. And this animal will go in eating all of the eggs, all of the babies in that nest. They then will convert all the calories from that food that they've just eaten into fat, storing it in that tail. Squeeze it. Feels like a sausage, doesn't it? It's really weird. This animal here may only eat a week or two in the spring and survive 50 weeks on the fat deposits in this tail alone. That's usually the point of the program where these elementary teachers say inappropriate things about their fat deposits in their tail. Makes a married man like me uncomfortable. Now, what these little guys will do is they will be just roaming around, tasting the air, find that food. A very thick hide again, keeping that precious moisture in their body. Remember, venom is something injected, poison is something that is ingested in you. Now, this animal is different. When he gets ready to bite a predator or prey, he moves very slowly. A venomous snake has a very quick strike, stabbing it into it, where this guy here doesn't do anything in a hurry. When this animal gets ready to bite, he moves very slowly. If you can't get yourself out of the way of it, you deserve to get bit by it. Now, the teeth on the lower jaw in this animal are actually hollow, biting into it. Now, for you to understand how this works, on your bottom crisscross, son, you have to take some chemistry for me. When I was a little bitty kid, I'd always look at the tallest tree and wonder, how does water go from the ground all the way up in the top of the tree? In your body, you have your heart, which is your pump, and your arteries and your veins. Relax, I'll tell you when the panic is going to get a lot worse. She's trying to use you as a shield. Now, in that tree, we have xylem and phloem. And what they are doing is the xylem and phloem are moving the sap and the water around. And that's going to be the cool part of this. Water likes to touch itself as well as touch other things. Adhesion and cohesion. Catch a bubble. Now, what do you got to understand? Water will touch itself, and that's how these animals will get that venom into it. The teeth on the lower jaw are hollow. And what they will do is they will bite into a predator prey using the capillary action of water. The venom will leach from those glands through the teeth up into that predator or prey. Now, you got to understand, when I was a little bitty kid, I saw a very cool experiment with these animals and their venom. Probably explains why I'm so weird and have a career like this. They took a 3-quart container of fresh horse blood. They dropped in 5 drops of venom. They waited 90 seconds. They then flipped the beaker over, and the blood slid out like a solid jello mold. You know that cranberry sauce you serve at Thanksgiving and Christmas with your turkey that you got to slice to serve? That's what this animal's venom can do to your blood. Now, if I make a mistake and get myself or a library patron bitten by this venomous animal, am I going to die? No. You may shoot me, but I'm not going to die from this. This animal's venom isn't going to kill me. If I get bit in the hand here and the venom leaches into my finger, the blood in my finger will clot, turn to pudding, and what they will do is then the tissue will die, my finger will turn black, and eventually it'll fall off. The entire time this is happening, I'm uncomfortable, but it is not going to kill me. Listen, buddy. Now, what you got to think about this animal's venom could very well be used in our everyday lives right here. Raise your hand if any of you know somebody with diabetes. Good. Hands down. Type 2 diabetes medication that's on the market is actually synthesized from Gila monster and beaded lizard venom. The venom has a coagulating property that can actually help balance people's blood sugars. We also have battlefield dressings for a soldier. If a soldier gets injured in the battlefield and they're bleeding out and you cannot put a tourniquet on it, they now have a bandage. You can slap it on, clotting the blood, saving lives. Now, would the Gila monster make a good classroom or library pet? No, but I've been talking with Miss Cripps here. We've got a nice idea. Parents, if we continue to have problems with overdue library books and damaged books and fines, I have a spare 200-pound Burmese python. we're going to put a snake box in the children's department. If you have a fine, you go in the box until you pay it. That one will leave you a blank check. I'll trust you on that. Now, this is our carnivore. Say it again. Carnivore. Consuming only other animals. He's a very nice creature. I really like him. Now, we're going to put him up. But remember, brightly colored, slow-moving creatures will give you the warning that they do not need to be messed with. Now, we're going to put up both lizards that were long, wide, and flat, helping them survive in that desert. Now, the next animal we're going to get out is different because it's a consumer like us. Catch a bubble, buddy. Now, this animal here. Raise your hand if you like to eat hamburgers and hot dogs. Good. Hands down. Raise your hand if you should eat fruits and vegetables. Good. Hands down. What do we call the consumer eating plant material and meat? Go. Omnivore. Very good, hon. Omnivore. Say it, please. Omnivore. Now, this next creature is an omnivore, and it also has what I call the O factor. Meaning, whenever I pull this out, students, parents, librarians, all have a tendency to make these noises. I hate them. So if you're afraid you may make a no noise, catch a bubble in your mouth. Put one finger in your lip. Put your other hand on your hip. We want to be nice and quiet to see and learn as best as we can. These animals here are creatures that I have raised in my home with me and the rest of my animals, including my own 2 domesticated humans. I want you all to meet Tracy. Say hi, Tracy. Hi, Tracy. Now, if any of you can raise your hand and identify this western desert creature.
I think it's like a groundhog.
Nope, it's not a groundhog. Help her out. Nope, that's an African desert one.
Prairie dog.
Very good. This is a black-tailed prairie dog. Now, besides looking just like a chubby chipmunk right now, this animal here is one of the greatest lessons I could ever teach you. Bottoms down, sitting proper, catch your bubbles, mouths closed, ears open. Stop eating my shirt. Now, what I want you to think about here, this animal is going to be found in the American West. Prairie dogs were once a very common animal, found all the way from California, all the way east to Arkansas, all the way through the American West, all the way down into Mexico, up into Canada. The problem is these animals have now been removed to only 4% of their natural historic range because of us. We thought they were a nuisance. Now, the best lesson to learn from this creature here, new term, keystone species. Say it, please. Keystone species. When you see an archway, that center stone in the top of it is called a keystone. It holds the whole thing together. And that's what we're looking at when we look at these little prairie dogs here. Now, prairie dogs are going to be found living in a very large group in what we call a prairie dog town. It's a massive network of tunnels, cavities, and caverns buried underneath the surface of the soil, or on top of the ground, but just like you people live in town. They mow the grass way too often, every 7 days, not 4. Now, what these animals will do is there are tunnels underneath the surface of the soil. Bedrooms, bathrooms, food storage, nurseries, lookout towers, and playgrounds. All this will be buried underneath the surface, where on top the prairie dogs keep the grass short and tender. Now, when you're this big, there's a lot of predators that are going to eat you. So if you keep that grass short and tender, that's going to attract other herbivores in the area. First time I found a prairie dog, I was hiking through the desert badlands in North Dakota. I came in out of a drainage on the flat part of the ground. As far as I could see, I thought I walked into a golf course. There was short, tender green grass and holes and rodents running around everywhere. And it was full of life. We had prairie dogs, jackrabbits, antelope, deer, all the way up to 3,000 pounds. You can't pet this one, I'm sorry, honey. Now, what you got to understand, these prairie dogs here will be able to use these other creatures. When you're this big, lots of predators. But if your best friend is a 6.5-foot tall, 3,200-pound bison bull, do you think the prairie dog's worried about a coyote anymore? No. But these animals here make habitat that is going to feed the other herbivores. They keep the grass short and tender. That's going to help them see farther. And that's also going to feed the herbivores. Hush, hush, hush. I want you all to meet Shauna. Say hi, Shauna. Hi, Shauna. Shauna is the more athletic sister of our prairie dogs. During the program, she always does her yoga. It's called upside down dog. Don't do that unless you're advanced. You'll hurt yourself in hot yoga doing that. Now, what you got to understand, these little creatures here, the prairie dogs are going to be found in that very large group in a prairie dog town. They keep the grass short above their town so they can see farther when they come out of the holes. That attracts other herbivores. And that's going to allow the prairie dog towns to expand. Abandoned prairie dog towns are actually key nesting sites for 2 endangered North American species, the black-footed ferret and gopher tortoise. That's why these animals are key, because these creatures help everybody out. Now, humans removed them because we thought they were bad. In the American West, when we turned our livestock loose, they go running through a prairie dog town. You go running through a prairie dog town, you're going to fall in a hole and break your leg. So the prairie dogs have been shot, trapped, poisoned, removed to only 4% because of us. And these animals are awesome. They help us out. The desert, when it rains, it may not rain very often, but when it rains, it tends to rain a lot very quickly. Without the soil and the vegetation we have here, the water runs, it erodes. It takes what little soil is there, take it away. When we have a prairie dog town and it rains, all the water runs right into the tunnels, and it floods the lower part of the town. And then that water will slowly soak into the groundwater, recharging the aquifer. A prairie dog town in Montana actually collects the well water so somebody can get well water from the aquifer in Arizona. Largest prairie dog town on record was 3 miles wide by 7. And when it rains in that desert, the water will flood into, and then that'll be absorbed into groundwater. But you gotta also understand, in a prairie dog town, there's like a gazillion prairie dogs. And they spend all day long running below the surface to the top, below to the top, below to the top. They actually take the cool, moist air from below the surface of the soil to the top, exhaling. Think of this. Sometimes our rainfall here in Tennessee started with a bunch of prairie dog breath in Oklahoma or Nebraska. That's why we call these the keystone species. Now, a lot of you have been looking at me with this one going, Bob, that's a cute little mammal. How come we can't pet this one? It's because prairie dogs in North America have been known to carry diseases, the bubonic plague as well as monkeypox. Sit proper, honey. Now, my animals are disease-free, and I maintain them that way because I am the only person who gets to handle them. It's not that I think you're carrying the bubonic plague or monkeypox, it's just you have to understand. You all brought the most diseased, dangerous wildlife in the state with you. 30% of you have it in your lap. Ma'am, wash your hands before you eat anything. Those things are covered in germs. Seriously. They're horrible. I don't want to touch them. I'll have 7 different species of fecal material in my hands and eat a sandwich. These guys touch me, I need a hazmat suit and a bath. Now, prairie dogs, like I said, are amazing omnivores for us. They like to eat both plant material and other animals. An important part of their diet. Listen, sissies. Now, Tracy and Shauna travel with us in this container here. This is their travel cage. They think they're training for American Ninja Warrior. So you'll be able to watch them. They're going to climb around for the rest of the program. But the important part of their diet that we didn't get to talk about yet. Listen, these animals love to eat bugs. Bugs are an important part to a lot of animals' diet. When I was at university studying carnivores, red foxes, gray foxes, and coyotes, 80% of their stomach contents were grasshoppers during the summertime. Scientists have always wondered how a hummingbird grows on a diet of just straight sugar water. Listen, buddy. Now, I gotta find a pier to be able to get this analogy. Hummingbirds will actually fly around with their beaks open, grabbing insects out of the sky, like Mr. Miyagi. Problem is, half the room doesn't even understand what we're talking about. It only counts if you saw it in the theater or on VHS. They still don't know what we're talking about. Bugs are an important part to a lot of animals' diets, and that's where you gotta understand. If you wanna have less mosquitoes around your home, put up some hummingbird feeders. Not only is it important to watch the hummingbirds feed, but you will also be able to have less insects for that. Now, the prairie dogs are very cool, very important animal. One prairie dog by themselves isn't going to be able to survive. With these animals living in a group, that prairie dog town, in that community, they make the environment a better place for us. And that's why we call them the desert dwellers. They're important for us. Now we're going to get out the next animal. The next animal is special because I have to wear a glove. If I wear a glove, that means I can get hurt. I don't want to get hurt. Bottoms down, so you can crisscross applesauce, catch a bubble. One finger on your lip, the other hand on your hip. This next animal is special because of this. This one is actually my favorite North American one, second favorite worldwide. For those of you that are keeping track, that's going to be important. Listen, I want you all to meet Mark. Say hi, Mark. Now, when we look at the anatomy and physiology of Mark, does this bird here look like he's going to eat earthworms out of the ground like a robin? Yes. No. Does this bird here look like he's going to eat hummingbird food from a feeder? No. Do you think this animal here wants to rip the flesh off the prairie dog sisters and swallow it? Yes. Like a kid on a donut. This animal right here has 2 eyes on the front of the head, using it for excellent depth perception. That is a flesh-tearing beak right there. That beak rips the flesh from the bone so he can swallow it. Even though he's not a very large animal, this guy has a very large, fast, powerful wingspan. Listen, now it's one thing to be fast, it's something else to be fast and maneuverable. That long tail fan right there is going to make this an extremely maneuverable predator for us. Long-legged, which is going to be key to most of your desert animals. Your resources are farther apart, so if you have longer legs, you take the least amount of steps. That's why my wife wouldn't do well in the desert. She's got short little legs. Now, the toes here are tipped with these extremely sharp talons. The talons actually grab a hold of killing the prey, where the beak is just the knife and the fork, cutting it into chunks. We got a walker here. Now, what you got to understand here, Mark is the Harris hawk. The Harris hawk is my favorite North American bird of prey, not just because of his looks, but he has a gorgeous color to him. Almost all black, nice chestnut accent on the wings and on those legs, long black tail fan, white band on the bottom, white band on the top. Now you can actually see he's growing a new third feather right there. These guys here will change out their feathers once a year. Now it'll take them months. You change them out a couple feathers at a time, but these guys will be able to do that. The Harris hawk is my favorite North American bird of prey, not just because of his looks, but because these are sociable animals. Most of your birds of prey are going to be singles or pairs if they're rearing young. Harris hawks are going to be found living in a group, in a collective. Now that's going to be important for us. Listen, in the desert, the quality habitat is going to be dependent on available water sources. Spring, a river, a creek, or a tank. A tank is what a Texan calls a pond. And that's where these animals living in that collective have an advantage. The smaller, younger, more eager birds fly into the thicket, chasing the prey. Prey can be everything from large insects, lizards, snakes, songbirds, game birds, all the way up to jackrabbits. Sit down, hands your cell phone. Now what these animals will do is the smaller, younger birds will drive the prey around and around and around. And when the time is right, they push it out of the thicket to where the adults are sitting there. These birds do a coordinated group hunting attack like a pack of wolves, all with a little bitty bird brain. Now they hunt in a group, they also rest in a group. Relax, you can't eat a kid yet, you gotta wait. Now, what these guys will do, in the desert, the only place you can stop and get in an overwatch position is to sit on top of a cactus. Remember we said he was long-legged? One bird will go land on top of the cactus, other birds then will stand on their shoulders, staying 2, 3, 4, 5 birds high. That top bird will have the largest field of view, being able to see farther, and if they find more food, they fly after it, hunting it in a group. That's why these are my favorite North American bird of prey for. Now, I'm not going to pick on you, but how many teachers do we have in the audience today? Oh, line, there's only 3, 4, all right, a little bit better. Here's the thing, I love working with my teachers. Teachers who are amazing people. The problem is, we all know you're overworked, underpaid, and unappreciated. The problem is, I think teachers are crazy and you have an illness and you need medication for something. I would never do your job. But this animal here makes me feel more like a teacher than I think I should. I bought this animal, I feed this animal, I train this animal, I house the animal, and yet somebody else is trying to tell me how to do my job. Sound familiar? This animal here is technically property of the federal government. You are not allowed to pet, nor are you even allowed to possess a feather off of him. On his right foot, you can see that ID band, 6 letters there on the front, U.S. government. This animal here is technically property of the federal government. If you pet him or keep a feather, I could lose my license. Catch a bubble, buddy. What you gotta understand, Mark here is a falconer's bird. Falconry is when we use our birds of prey to hunt for us. Think about it. We can walk around the park here. When you're uneducated squirrels or rabbits, I can let go of Mark's suggestions and he'll fly after and try and attack it and kill it for me. Now I give him food and shelter every day for the chance that he may be able to go hawking, but this animal here is an amazing creature for us. Falconry is the second oldest blood sport on the planet. And that's what's special about to being a falconer. Up. Now, listen. To be a licensed falconer, you need to do well in school so that you can take the apprentice falconer's exam. Listen, it's a difficult exam, so you have to be able to study and do that. Not only do you have to pass the exam, you got to pass the background. I do not want any of you getting in trouble for drugs, alcohol, or crime. This isn't going to help you out in life. If you get in trouble for it, you still won't be able to have the permits to have these. Lastly, you need to remember to be a nice person. Don't be a tool. No one's going to help you out. Once you pass the exam, you pass the background, you have to find a master falconer to mentor you. And in the state of Tennessee, the master falconers are not taking on any new apprentices. It's a whole millennial generation. I swear none of them know how to work. Now, Mark here is fast, but he's not the fastest. Who can name me the fastest animal on the planet by raising their hand? Go. Very good. Most people think it's the cheetah. The cheetah is only the fastest land animal at 68 miles an hour. Fastest animal on the planet is the peregrine falcon. The peregrine falcon has been clocked at 240 miles an hour. Now, does he reach that speed by flapping his wings? No. Hummingbirds can beat their wings up to 200 beats per second, and they still can't reach that speed. They can also do it for 30 hours straight. What the peregrine falcon will do is they will fly high up in the air. They fold their wings and they go in a straight dive at 200 miles an hour. They hit their prey from above with these talons. Most of the time, the prey is dead by the central nervous system or the spinal cord being damaged. Sit proper, honey. Listen. Now, what you got to understand, if you're flying at 200 miles an hour and you hit a mosquito or a June bug in your eyeball could explode. Watch. Take my hand near Mark's eyes. He doesn't like it when I do it, though. See how his eye turns blue? He actually has two sets of eyelids. A normal top to bottom like ours that he closes when he's sleeping. That second one is called the nictitating membrane. If I poke you in the eye, you only have one set of eyelid. He actually has two. And that's going to protect his eyes, either when they're flying at high speeds or if he's flying through the desert scrub, he doesn't want to scratch his eye on a cactus thorn. Now, for those of you that have been keeping track and the teachers that have a good sense of humor, this animal here is my favorite North American bird of prey, second favorite worldwide. My favorite worldwide creature, which is on my wish list, is the harpy eagle. The harpy eagle is a very heavy, robust bird of prey found in the equatorial rainforest around our planet. Think of this. The harpy eagle is strong enough and fast enough to grab like a 30 or 40-pound sloth or howler monkey out of the tree. They go flying by the tree, rip it out, they crash down the ground, feed off of it, and then leave the rest for the scavengers. How cool of a program would it be at a library at our school if I had an eagle in my hand right now? I drop my fist, grabs one of these little ones and takes it into the library or the cafeteria and starts feeding off of it. You think it's funny? Come on, you know which kid you want to be eaten by the eagle. Don't lie. Some people don't think that joke's very funny, and if you don't think that's funny, you don't work with enough children. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to get out the last animal. The last animal today is special because he will actually be walking around on the floor with me. Are students allowed to pet my animals? No. Can teachers and librarians? Yes. Because if they get scratched, bitten, or kicked, I think it's funny. Now, we want to remember our rules. Bottoms down, crisscross applesauce. Plant your bottoms there. Do not get up. Parents, plant your bottoms in your seat as well. I will help you all get as best of a picture as you can. But this is not an animal that you take your phone up and start walking to try and take a picture. He's getting old enough now, that looks like you're starting to stalk him. And you will not like his reply when he thinks he's being stalked. So bottoms down, crisscross applesauce. Save your questions. You have an answer, one of mine. You can raise your hand. Catch a bubble, buddy. Save your questions with an answer to mine. You can raise your hand. Let's go to work. I'd like you all to meet Toby. Say hi, Toby. How many of you can raise your hand and identify Toby? What do we got here? Go. We got a kangaroo in the library. How awesome is that today? Now listen. Catch your bubbles. Mouths closed, ears open. Now, Toby here is a red kangaroo. Why are you climbing steps with me? Now, this animal here is a red kangaroo. Now, as a kangaroo, he is a mammal. Now, there are 4 characteristics that make mammals mammals. I need you to name them for me. Sit still. What's one of the 4 characteristics of a mammal? Go. Very good. Live birth. Did any of you hatch out of an egg to get here on the planet? No. Did your mother cough a thumb and you grow from that? No. You got here as a baby, even though you think some of them are the spawn of Satan. They were all babies. Now, back when you all were babies, you'd be a lot cuter than you are right now. That's not true of Toby here. When Toby here was born alive about 15 months ago, he didn't look anything like this. When Toby was born alive as a baby, he was about this big and he looked like a gummy bear. Now, what's another characteristic of our mammal? Live birth. Give me another one. Go. You have to have hair or fur. Look at me. Am I losing mine? Yeah, I don't care. I'm married. I'm giving up. I haven't paid for a haircut. Mammals have to have hair or fur. We may not always have it, but we have to have hair or fur. When Toby was born alive as a baby, he had no fur on his body. And his eyes were closed. His ears, his limbs, his tail, none of this was even formed yet. This little guy had to climb from where he's born to get into his mother's what? What did he climb into? Pouch. What do mammals feed their babies? What inside that pouch? What did he survive off of? Go. Milk. When you all were babies, before you ate baby food, You drank milk from Mama. Deal with that. Now Toby here climbed inside his mother's pouch and was drinking milk. He came to live with us when he was very young. Toby came to live with us at approximately 4 months of age. Now, what you gotta understand, when Toby came to live with me, he was 2.7 pounds. My wife and I did not co-sleep with our human children, but Toby spent months in bed with us. Until he could thermoregulate, he had to sleep next to a human body. Now, the cool thing about that is, I got him trained rather quickly to sleep in the pack-and-play living room by himself. Parents, get those kids out of your bed and in their own bed as soon as possible. Now, Toby, you can't go into life that way. No. Now, what you got to think about with Toby here? Live birth, having hair, mama fed him milk. What's that other characteristic for us? You can name me another one. Take 2 fingers, touch your skin. Are you warm or cold? Warm. I'm actually trying to sweat already a little bit in here. Now, what you got to understand about Toby here is Toby is warm-blooded underneath of that fur coat. Now, technically, he is no longer a Joey because he is weaned. He doesn't drink milk anymore. This is just watered down apple juice. You're looking at a toddler running around with a sippy cup and a diaper. But it makes it a very positive experience for him to still be able to program. Now, what you gotta understand here, these creatures, when Toby would be full grown, an intact male red kangaroo will stand 6'1", 6'5", 110 to 210 pounds, would have the ability to beat the ever-loving snot out of me. Now, these kangaroos are found in a very large group in what we call a mob. Now, what they're going to think of this. In Australia, it's pretty much a very hot, dry continent everywhere. So these animals will be asleep during the day and awake and active at nighttime. What do we call that? Sleeping during the day, awake and active at nighttime. Go. Very good, nocturnal. So we have a nocturnal, sociable creature. Hold it for me. And what these guys will do, have a little bit more. Pick it up for him. If he doesn't do it like that, then you got to burp him if he gets too much air. Now, what you got to think of here is these little guys will be living in that group, that mob, that collective. Now, they'll be sleeping during the day. If a predator comes up to them, the first thing these guys will do is these big males will stand up and flex their muscles. And they're much bigger through the upper body than me, 2-3 times bigger than me. And what these guys will do is if they cannot chase those predators away by flexing muscles, the next thing he will do is these guys will start boxing. Listen, that's your bubble buddy. Now, you can see he's got 5 good claws on that front hand. Now, he can box closed or open fist to chase those predators away. Now, an intact male red kangaroo's hands will be as big as mine and then get those claws. Boxing closed or open fist to chase those predators away. If that still doesn't work, now, it's kind of, he's being lazy today because he had a big breakfast. This tail right here is nothing but a strong group of muscle. And that tail right there is going to be important because this guy can lean all the way back on the tail. You've seen him use it as a kickstand. They can actually lean all the way back on that tail, sit honey, holding his entire body weight where he can kick you with his hind feet. Now I did 12 years of Catholic education with nuns that taught me Latin. I have to teach you Latin or they'll haunt me. They're nuns, they know how to do it. New word, macropod. Say it please. Macro means big, micro means small. We can remember that with a microscope. Pod is the singular version of peda, not pee. Think of millipede, which means feet. So if I use the term macropod, some of you are looking at me going, Bob, are you talking about Bigfoot or Sasquatch? Those do not exist, and those are really stupid TV shows, to tell you honestly. But you're looking at a 15-month-old, about a 22-pound baby right now. Look at the size of that foot. That's his ankle. That's his knee. There's one toe here on the outside. Most people don't normally get to see. That big toe right here is the second digit with 3 and 4 on the inside. This guy can lean all the way back on that tail, kick you with those hind feet. If an intact male red kangaroo kicks me square in the chest, I can fly across the room. Or they can change the angle of this ankle. And with that second toenail right here, here's your descriptive language for your writing today. A kangaroo can disembowel you, meaning it slices open your stomach and your intestine spills out on the floor. A kangaroo can eviscerate you, slicing a femoral artery in your thigh to bleed out in 90 seconds. Go pet him. Does it remind you of a rabbit? 5 digits on the front feet, 4 digits on the back feet. You're basically looking at a 6-foot-tall killer bunny that can disembowel a human. Monty Python didn't get that one right. Now, what you gotta understand here, Toby will be able to be retired by the end of the week. We will be wrapping up our summer reading program for us. Now, we are considering not getting Toby neutered. Most of the time when I get my red kangaroos, I neuter them. They'll be, an adult male will only get to be about this tall, 60 to 80 pounds. The neutering keeps them smaller. But Toby came to us at such a young age that he bonded very well with us. Now, being the father of a son and then the father of a daughter has been two totally different experiences for me. And that's where I have a master plan. Here's this. My 2-year-old daughter thinks Toby is her baby. And Toby thinks that's his mama and I'm dad. Let's leave him intact. Fast forward to about 10 years when she starts thinking about dating. These boys start showing up around my farm. 6'4", 240, 32-inch biceps. If I don't like the guy, I go, honey, go feed Toby. If the guy doesn't get the hint, we can stand in front of the judge and go, Your Honor, I don't know how his intestine got strewn all over the pasture. Come on, jump in. I know. I need to sew him a bigger bag. He's too big for this one now. Now, the kangaroo is part of that special group of mammal that has a pouch or a pocket for their young. What do we call that group of mammal that has a pouch or pocket? Go. Very good, son. Marsupial. Say it, please. Marsupial. Now, do we have kangaroos hopping around the wilds of Tennessee? No. Mine only got out of the gate once, and it was a very interesting phone conversation somebody had with the Murray County Sheriff's Department. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. There's a kangaroo on Sawmill Pike, and I ain't been drinking. Luckily, the sheriff knows me. He sends me a text. He goes, Bob, the gate's open, the roo's in the road, making a scene. Fix it. Now, we do not have kangaroos hopping around the wilds of Tennessee, but do we have a marsupial here in Tennessee? Yes. Name me the only marsupial in North America. Possum. Ladies, when you think about reincarnation, do not look past being a possum. When a possum gives birth, they give birth to 30 babies at one time. Labor is so intensive, you sleep during the entire process. You give birth to 30 babies, they're going to be born roughly the size of a grain of rice. Now, you give birth to 30 on average, 8 make it inside your pouch, the rest die within the first few minutes. This is all right because you actually don't even know your mother. You don't even know your mother till months later when they climb outside of your pouch, spooking you one afternoon. By this point in time, they're toddlers, so you don't have to worry about that pesky newborn care. The best thing I think about being a possum, you're only pregnant for 13 days. See, now you're sold. You're the most toothed mammal in North America with 52 sharp teeth. You have a 95% immunity to rabies. You are a carrion eater, so you always know where your next meal's gonna be. Just walk around the roads. Now, what you gotta think about Toby here, me and my animals. Hi, buddy. I love my job, it's a great job. Everybody thinks that this job is awesome. You like it when he sucks his thumb? He looks like a little baby, doesn't he? Now, raise your hand if you want to get a job like mine. Good. Hands down. Raise your hand if you think this is a good job. Good. Now, if you want to get a job like mine, you have to do well in school. You have to do well in school so you can go to high school. You have to work hard in high school to go to college. You have to work extremely hard to get a job that you're never going to make a lot of money. Most importantly, you cannot get in trouble for drugs, alcohol, or crime. These do not help you out in life. If you do get in trouble for it, you will not be able to have the permits to have these animals to do this job. Now, I love my job. It's a great job. Everybody thinks that teaching little ones is the best part of my job. It's not. I enjoy it. It's just not the best part. Some people think it's raising the animals. I've raised all different types of creatures. This is actually the 4th kangaroo I've raised in my home. I love raising animals. It's still not the best part. You got to think about this. The best part of my job is every day I get paid to aggravate principals, teachers, librarians. Now, is it more fun putting little 20-pound bale babies on Miss Laura and watch her rocket like a crazy lady? Never came care. That's her little grand room now. Now, is it more fun putting bottle babies on diapers on Miss Laura, or do you like it when we put the 200-pound python on her? Python. I think the python's the easier one. Now, what you got to think about these animals. These are wonderful programming creatures. They are not pets, though, even though that one thinks he's part of a family. He actually doesn't even know that he's a kangaroo. Now, he has transitioned very well. He is now either traveling with me on the road or living full-time in the pasture with the other ones. And we have another kangaroo that was almost 3 times his size already, and they've bonded very well. They live in the pasture with the muntjac. If y'all remember the little fanged deer from Indonesia, the muntjac, the kangaroos, the potbelly pigs, and the goats all get along very well in the pasture. Now, You all have done very good. Unfortunately, as usual, we've talked too long, and I got to load up and hit another library for this afternoon. So if you have any questions, let's remember, you're in a library. Go check out a book. If you can't find the right book, ask the librarians to help you out. Parents, if any of you all are Facebookers, you can fan the company. That'll tell you when we're doing other public programming in the area. For the quirky teachers that have a good sense of humor, we've started this with a partnership with Tennessee State Parks. They're very popular. It's called Wildlife and Wine with Bob Tarter. Teachers need medication, seriously. It's a good medication. Come on now. Now, you all have done very good. On your way out the door, the volunteer will be able to hand out the coloring sheets that have the correct spelling for all the animals' names, as well as we've got our reading foreman that will have the bookmarks right in the cubby hole on your left. And the bookmarks have the red kangaroo information on there, as well as you can find us more online. The thing that I like most about that bookmark one is you will see a very distinctive male standing on the right side of the picture and the females on the left, and you'll see how much bigger these guys are. You have done great. I am proud of you. Parents, give yourselves a big round of applause. And we'll see you all again. I'm coming.
I'm Danny Trejo, and I play Uncle Machete in the blockbuster movies, Spy Kids and Spy Kids 2. As super spies, the Spy Kids have to use all kinds of exciting gizmos and gadgets to help save the world. But the real excitement begins in the classroom as you learn how those gizmos and gadgets really work. So you won't want to miss the next big adventure as the Treehouse detectives use science, math, and technology to reveal the secrets of simple machines in order to help Jacob back in the treehouse. You can see it all in this episode of NASA Sci-Files, the case of the powerful pulleys.
Don't forget to answer the following questions. What is energy? What does it mean to do work? What are simple machines? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Jacob, you got gaffed.
The doctor says I'll have to wear this cast for 6 to 8 weeks.
I'm sure it's tough being around in a cast.
Yeah, I guess you have to take it nice and easy.
Well, getting around is still okay. I really miss being in the treehouse.
You are not climbing up into the treehouse.
He's right, Jacob. Climbing into the treehouse would be a bad idea.
I'm not going to climb into the treehouse, but you guys don't know what it's like being stuck in this cast. The treehouse is like my second home.
Maybe we can figure out a way to get you back into the treehouse without climbing the ladder.
You might be onto something, Bianca.
Stop joking, you guys. You're getting my hopes up.
We're not joking. After all, we are the treehouse detectives. It might take a little while, but we can solve the problem.
I can't wait to get back into the treehouse.
Don't worry, Jacob. I'm sure we'll have you back in the treehouse in no time at all.
This problem may be tougher than we thought.
Let's brainstorm. Maybe we could use a rope to pull Jacob up.
Or maybe a trampoline.
A trampoline? That's silly. Remember, there's no criticism when you brainstorm.
What about lowering the treehouse?
Or we could carry him up. How much does Jacob weigh?
Probably about 90 pounds.
Well, that's not too much. Then let's try my idea of lifting him with a rope.
Let's give it a try.
Can we do this later this afternoon? Bianca and I are going to Sandy Bottom Nature Park with my sister's Girl Scout troop. Dr. D is doing some physics experiments.
Sure. See you this afternoon.
Bye.
It takes energy to do work. Energy comes in a variety of forms. The powder in this funnel has potential energy. It's changed into heat energy when I blow it through this flame. If I do work and use my energy to stretch this giant slingshot, the energy is stored as elastic potential energy. Then when I let go, the energy is changed into energy of motion, or kinetic energy. Finally, plexiglass did the work to stop the tomato. It takes a lot of work to lift this 25-kilogram anvil. I have to overcome the pull of gravity. The anvil now has a lot of gravitational potential energy. This poor cantaloupe will be smashed when I release the energy by letting go.
Hi, Dr. D. That was a great show. I really liked the experiment.
Thanks. By the way, are you working on any projects?
Well, Jacob has broken his foot, so we're trying to figure out a way to get him back into the treehouse. We think we can lift him with a rope, if we all work together.
Let's talk a little bit about work. First, you have to have a force, a push or a pull. The force alone is not enough. To do work, the force must be applied through a distance. Here, hold on to this anvil for me.
Sure, but why?
Getting tired yet?
You bet.
Because you haven't moved the anvil, you haven't done any work. Doing work and getting tired are not necessarily the same thing.
Can we put this thing down?
Of course. Now with the slingshot, I did work when I pulled on the strap and moved it back about 1 meter. When I let go of the strap, the slingshot did work on the tomato when it pushed it forward and sped it up.
I love the splat.
Now with the 25-kilogram anvil, I had to apply a force of about 55 pounds, going against gravity as I picked it up. The higher I lifted the anvil, the more work I did, and the more gravitational energy the anvil had.
Then the anvil must have had a lot of energy, because it sure crushed the cantaloupe. But Jacob is heavier than 55 pounds. Does that mean it would take more work to lift him?
Yes, that's right. Since work is equal to force times distance, increasing either the force or the distance will require more work.
You said it took energy to do work. So where did the energy come from to lift the anvil?
The energy came from the cornflakes that I had for breakfast this morning. Corn got its energy from the sun.
It's gonna take a lot of energy to lift Jacob into the treehouse. I think it's gonna take all our energy to do the job. Thanks, Dr. D.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow. Exactly 3.5 meters. It's harder than I thought.
My dad had some rope that we can use to lift Jacob.
Great, let's lower it down.
Maybe we could attach it to the test dummy down below.
KSNN is coming on.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ted Toon. Our top story, Kids Science News Network is getting a facelift. The next time you see me, I'll be in the new and improved KSNN studio. Yeah, okay, let's get him out of here. Hey, stop that. Cut it out. Put me down.
I'm with Patio Furniture, the studio construction supervisor. Patty, what can you tell us about the redesign?
We're taking out all of the old stuff and replacing it with new stuff, I am. We're going totally techno here. We'll have the digital interactive weatherboard over there, the remote satellite. Hey, watch it with that new skunk. Sports super slow motion system over here. And the new, careful with that dynamite. Hyperspeed wire service feeds in that corner.
Well, things are certainly changing around here. Be sure to join Patty and the KSNN news crew to learn more about our jobs and why we love them at the upcoming Career Day. Until next time, I am listening for KSNN.
The new studio should be awesome.
You bet. Is anyone going to Career Day?
Actually, I'm working on a presentation for Career Day.
Aren't you a little young to be thinking about a career?
You're never too young to do research.
That's true.
My mom works for SWEET. I've always been interested in engineering.
Well, what's SWEET?
SWEET stands for the Society of Women Engineers. I don't know what I want to be when I grow up, but it's important to know what's out there. You're right. Maybe we can help you with your presentation.
Don't forget, we have an engineering problem of our own.
That's true. I've been thinking about our hypothesis. We could use a rope to pull Jacob back into the treehouse.
Well, I better go attach the rope to our test dummy.
We were wondering what all the sandbags were doing at the bottom of the tree. They look heavy. Are you sure you can lift them?
It weighs about 90 pounds, which is almost 41 kilograms. If we can lift it, Jacob should be no problem.
Okay, we're all set down below.
Well, let's get started.
Are you ready to pull?
Yep, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Can you two give us a hand?
Thanks. Wow, it's still hard to pull.
Are you sure this is only 41 kilograms? This isn't working.
Okay, let's lower him down.
That didn't work like I thought it would. We need a new hypothesis. You're right. We didn't think through the problem very carefully. I guess we jumped to a conclusion too quickly.
We can do this. We just need to get organized and get back to the basics.
The problem board.
Okay, what do we know?
We know we need to get Jacob into the treehouse.
And that it's too hard to pull him up with a rope.
Dr. G told us that work requires force applied over a distance, and that takes energy.
So, what do we need to know?
We need to know an easier way to get Jacob up into the treehouse. Right. There must be a machine that could help, like an elevator or a crane. An elevator sounds great. I'm not sure what the power source is, but they are made to lift people.
Maybe we could build a small elevator in the treehouse.
If we found a way to power the elevator, we could easily lift Jacob.
I think we need to learn more about elevators. I'll check the internet.
I'll see if I have something in my book bag. Yes, and check it out. Elisha Graves Otis invented the elevator in 1853 after developing a safety device for a lift platform.
I didn't know elevators were that old. Guys, Otis Elevator has a website. I wonder if it's the same Otis.
I bet it is.
It says here that they design and install elevators all around the world. I'll email them and see if they can help. While you're on the internet, print out an extra Get Up and Go sheet. You can go to the NASA Sci-Files website to do research and print out your own Get Up and Go sheet. Hello, we're the Treehouse Detectives, and we need to learn more about elevators.
Well, you've come to the right place. I'm Edith DeFrancesco, Vice President of Product Development here at Otis Elevator Company.
Wow, that sounds interesting. Do you actually build elevators?
Here at the test tower, we test elevators for safety and efficiency. And I don't personally build elevators, although as a mechanical engineer, I've worked on elevator designs.
You're an engineer? I'm doing a report on engineers for Career Day.
Great, I'll show you where we design and test our elevators. We have lots of engineers working on elevator design. This is our test tower. After we design the elevators, we bring them here to test them, to see how they will work when they're installed.
How do elevators work?
Elevators are driven by electric motors, and on the motor shaft is a pulley called a sheave. Over the sheave hang steel cables. It's basically a box on a rope. On one end of the cable is the elevator car, which carries the people, and on the other end is the counterweight.
What's a counterweight?
A counterweight is a steel frame full of weights, and it balances the weight of the elevator car and the people in it, so that it takes less force to move the elevator.
How does it reduce the amount of force needed?
Think of it like a balance scale. The force needed to turn the sheave is related to the difference between the weight of the car, with the people in it, and the weight of the counterweight. The closer those two are in weight, the more balanced the system is, and the easier it is to turn the sheave.
How does an elevator go up and down?
Well, when the motor turns, the sheave rotates. The cables stay on the sheave in these grooves, and with the friction between the cables and the sheave, the cables move with the sheave when it rotates, making the elevator go up and down.
It sounds like friction's a good thing to have in an elevator.
Yes, we call it traction, and it's very important.
We don't need a very big elevator for our treehouse. Do elevators come in different sizes?
Yes, they can be as small as a dumbwaiter, about 1/2 meter by 1/2 meter.
How big can an elevator be?
Some elevators are as big as a truck. They're used to carry freight containers at seaports. But a typical commercial elevator is about 1 meter by 2 meters and carries 10 or 12 people.
Designing an elevator seems like a lot of work.
It sounds like a lot of fun.
It has its ups and downs.
Thanks, Mrs. DeFrancesco. We've learned a lot about elevators.
You're welcome. And if you have any more questions, just give me a call.
Bye.
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 Wow, I never knew elevators were so cool.
If we're gonna build an elevator, we'll need an electric motor, a sheave, a shaft, a counterweight, and an elevator car.
Boy, building an elevator sounds expensive.
Not to mention complex. There has to be an easier way to get Jacob up into the treehouse. What about a ramp?
What, like a bike ramp?
Like that one over there. Oh, hey, I just got an email from Bianca and Anthony. They said that they spoke to an engineer about elevators. That would be great for Bianca's Career Day presentation. They also said that an elevator would be too expensive for the treehouse, and we might want to think about a ramp instead. What kind of ramp? You know, ramps that make buildings more accessible to wheelchairs. Investigate use of ramp. I have a friend who uses a wheelchair. Maybe he can tell us about what it's like to use ramps. Let's dial him up. Hi, our friend Jacob just broke his foot, and he is learning a little bit about what it is like to be disabled.
Oh, that's too bad, but at least his foot will be well soon.
He really wants to come into the treehouse, but it's not wheelchair accessible. Have you experienced that?
Yes, a lot of places are not built to accommodate people who are in wheelchairs or have other disabilities. But today, public places are required by law to be accessible to everyone.
I didn't know that there were laws that require buildings to be accessible to everyone. What can you do to make buildings accessible to people with disabilities?
Well, a lot of buildings use simple machines, such as a ramp, which is an inclined plane. Some use elevators, but they are a little more complex.
We need to keep it simple. What is a simple machine?
A simple machine is a device that makes work more convenient by changing the speed, direction, or amount of force. There are 6 simple machines: incline plane, levers, wheel and axle, wedge, pulley, and a screw.
We are thinking that a ramp might be the answer to our problem, but we didn't know that they were simple machines. Are there any requirements for ramps?
If you want to build Jacob a ramp to get into the treehouse, the ramp will need to be built at a 12-to-1 ratio.
That really helps. It gives us a lot to think about. See you later. I wonder if there are any other simple machines we need to use to solve our problem.
We need to do more research.
So what's up? How much work will it take to get Jacob into the treehouse? How will engineering help the treehouse detectives? Is the ramp the solution to the problem? Find out next time in The Case of the Powerful Pulleys.
Be sure to answer the following questions during the show. What is the difference between potential and kinetic energy? How can pulleys help lift the space shuttle? How does a pulley make lifting objects easier? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Wow, 3.5 meters is much higher than I thought.
Yes, this will be some incline plane.
Let's see. If the incline plane is 3.5 meters high, at a 12-to-1 ratio, that would be... With the correct slope, the incline plane would be about here, 42 meters.
It would have to be a really big ramp.
I think ramps are definitely out of the question.
Well, there are other types of simple machines,
and we need to know what they are and how they work.
Maybe we could do an internet search on simple machines.
We need to talk to more engineers.
My mom talked to some engineers with her SWE group. I'm sure they can help.
Great, let's get to work. Oh, we just got an email from Dr. D. It says he wants to meet us at the circus later.
I wonder what he wants.
Who knows, but it's Dr. D in the circus. You know that'll be fun.
I bet he can help.
I'm sure he knows all about simple machines.
I'll go check on Jacob and let him know how we're doing.
Look, Dr. D's bouncing up on that big ball.
I hope he doesn't fall off.
Hi, Dr. D. It looks like you're having a great time.
Right there. There's a lot of science here at the Circus Center.
Science? I never knew that there could be science at a circus.
Sure there is. Circus is a great place to get some ideas to help you solve your problem.
We're particularly interested in simple machines.
Great. Right now they're using a teeter board, which is a lever with a fulcrum or rotational point in the middle.
How does it work?
Well, let's watch them.
That was pretty neat. I noticed that 2 men jumped on the board, but only one flew into the air.
Those 2 men that jumped are called pitchers. The one that flew up in the air is called a flyer.
I should have guessed that one.
After the pitchers jump, they have a lot of potential energy.
It looked like the flyer went at least twice as high as the pitchers.
Exactly. 2 men have the same energy as 1 man twice as high. The flyer also helps by pushing off the board.
So the lever didn't create any energy.
That's right.
The lever changes the downward motion of the pitchers to the upward motion of the flyers.
Correct. It's not magic. The teeter board just lets them transfer energy from the pitchers to the flyers. How would you like to experience the flying trapeze?
That would be so cool.
Now, what does the flying trapeze have to do with energy?
When you're way up there on the platform waiting, you have a lot of potential energy.
Then when you grab the trapeze and swing down, you build up kinetic energy.
And when you swing back again, you lose kinetic energy and pick up potential energy.
Very good. So energy isn't being transferred like on the teeter board. It's just changing from potential energy to kinetic energy and then back again. Let's watch the acrobats on the aerial hoop. These guys are really something.
Someone will have to do a lot of work to lift the hoop and the acrobat together.
It looks really easy to pull them up. What are they using with the rope?
It looks like they're using pulleys attached to the rope.
I think this just might be the thing we need to pull Jacob up into the treehouse. This is great. We're making some real progress. Thanks, Dr. D.
You're welcome. Let's see about trapeze training.
Let's summarize what we know. We know the work is force times distance, and that it takes energy to do work.
We know that levers change a downward motion to an upward motion.
And the energy changes from potential energy to kinetic energy.
And we also know that pulleys lift large objects more easily.
Okay, so what do we need to know?
We need to know more about pulleys.
I'll bet NASA uses pulleys. I'll email my mom and see if she's found any engineers that we can talk to.
And don't forget to email Anthony and tell him what we've learned. We're making progress.
That's a great idea.
And we gotta go because we don't want to miss our trapeze class.
To the board, and I'm gonna pretend like this line here. Let it go. The other way.
Hi guys, how's the project going?
Great so far. Thanks for your email. Your mom is friends with Mrs. Jones, an aerospace engineer here at NASA Langley Research Center. RJ's meeting her at the gantry this afternoon to talk about pulleys.
That's great.
He also said not to worry. He plans on getting plenty of information for your Career Day presentation.
Speaking of Career Day, KSNN's coming on.
I am listening live from my dressing room. During the construction, I'll be filing a series of special reports about how I personally redesign and overhaul my own dressing room. And I'm thinking, if this is as easy as it looks, I may just change careers.
This isn't funny anymore. Get me down.
Until next time, I am listening for KSNN.
IM's presentation should be interesting.
How's your report coming, Bianca? So far, so good. I've researched engineering in general, and the engineer at Otis Elevator was very helpful.
In a way, we're engineers for our pulley project.
Right, but we still have a long way to go. Have you found anything on the internet about pulleys?
There's lots of information on the NASA website. It looks like Miss Inix from Dryden can help us with pulleys.
Let's dial her up.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Inix, an aerospace engineer working here at the Propulsion and Performance Branch at NASA Dryden Flight Research Center.
Wow, an aerospace engineer. What does an aerospace engineer do?
I do flight test research on different types of planes. We actually put our experiments on real jet engines, install the engines in experimental planes, and then we go out and fly them.
That sounds really cool. Add that to the career list.
We're doing a project, and we need to learn more about pulleys. We saw on the website that NASA uses pulleys to lift the space shuttle onto the back of a 747 plane. How can pulleys help lift the space shuttle?
Well, to lift the space shuttle, they use the mate-demate device known as the MDD. The MDD is this large gantry-like steel structure where the space shuttle receives post-flight servicing and is prepared for the ferry flight back to NASA Kennedy Space Center. The MDD has two 100-foot towers that are connected at 80 feet by a horizontal structure.
What does the horizontal structure do?
It controls and guides a large lift beam that attaches to the space shuttle to raise or lower it. There are 3 large hoists or pulleys that are used to raise and lower the lift beam.
Those must be some big pulleys.
Yes, they are. The shuttle can weigh up to 232,000 pounds, but each of the 3 pulleys has a 100,000-pound lift capability. Operating together, the total lifting capacity of the 3 pulleys is 300,000 pounds. But for safety reasons, we don't exceed 240,000 pounds.
Wow, that's about 120 tons.
You're good at math. There are also 2 equipment pulleys built into each tower at the 60-foot level. Each pulley is capable of lifting 10,000 pounds.
Sounds like pulleys can lift a lot of weight and are pretty important at NASA. What happens to the space shuttle once it's lifted?
Well, the space shuttle is then placed on special mounts atop the fuselage of the NASA 747 shuttle carrier aircraft. It is then flown back to the Kennedy Space Center.
The space shuttle actually gets a piggyback ride. About how long does it take?
Depending on the weather, it usually takes 1 to 2 days.
Thanks, Miss Inix. You've been a big help.
You're welcome. Call if you need anything else, and good luck.
Wow, that is so cool.
I can't believe they lift the shuttle with pulleys.
If the pulleys can lift the space shuttle, I'm sure they could lift Jacob.
I took a lot of notes. I'll enter them into the computer so Jacob and the others can check them out.
And with RJ's notes, we should know a lot about pulleys.
Hi, RJ. Bianca's mom said you'd be coming by. How can I help you?
We need to learn more about pulleys. What exactly is a pulley?
Well, a pulley is a simple machine. It's made from a rope and a wheel. It makes lifting objects easier.
How does it do that?
It changes the direction of the force. For example, if you're lifting a heavy object off the floor using a pulley mounted to the ceiling, you can pull down the rope instead of pushing up.
Aren't you using the same amount of force needed to lift an object?
Good question. Yes, you are, but it's easier to pull down than to push up.
So how would I reduce the amount of force needed to lift a heavy object?
If you add a second pulley and you support the load with 2 ropes, then you only need half of the force to lift it.
What if you add a third pulley and support the load with 3 ropes?
If you divide the weight of the object by the number of ropes supporting the load, then you can determine what kind of force you need to lift the object.
Awesome. So what do you use pulleys for here at NASA LaVergne Research Center?
As an aerospace engineer and a level 3 manager of NASA's aviation safety program, I use pulleys in crashworthiness research.
What's crashworthiness?
Crashworthiness is how well an aircraft protects occupants in a crash. A team of engineers and I conduct tests and analysis on materials, on aircraft structures, and full-scale aircraft.
Why is that important?
In a real crash, it is very difficult to understand the damage because many things are destroyed. By conducting controlled crash tests, we can better understand what happens in a real crash, and then we can develop better designs that will protect the passengers.
You crash real airplanes here?
We sure do, right here at the gantry.
What exactly is the gantry?
The gantry is the impact dynamics research facility where we perform full-scale crash tests. It was also used by astronauts during the Apollo missions to practice landing on the moon.
That's cool. How do you crash planes?
A test vehicle is suspended from 2 swing cables, pulled back and released to allow the test vehicle to swing into the impact surface below. The swing cables are pyrotechnically separated from the vehicle just prior to the impact so that free flight conditions are established.
Airplanes are really heavy. You must need a lot of pulleys.
Actually, we only use 1 pulley, but it's a pretty big pulley.
How much can you lift?
We currently can only lift up to 30,000 pounds because that's the maximum capacity of the gantry's bridge.
How can you lift 30,000 pounds?
I run steel rope from the lifting device through the pulley and then attach it back to the bridge. The pulley is attached to the aircraft. This is called double hitching.
30,000 pounds is a lot of weight.
Yes, it is, but we don't need 30,000 pounds of force to lift it.
With 1 pulley attached to the aircraft, you have 2 ropes supporting the load. Then you only need 15,000 pounds of force. Our friend Jacob doesn't weigh 30,000 pounds, so I bet we could use pulleys to lift him with no problem at all. Thanks, Mrs. Jones.
You're welcome, and good luck, and call if you need anything.
Okay.
So what's up? How will the Treehouse detectives use pulleys to lift Jacob? Will it be safe? Is there a better solution? Stay tuned for the answers in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Powerful Pulleys.
Look for the answers to the following questions. How can you determine how much mass is needed to lift a load? What should the Treehouse detectives consider to safely lift Jacob? What are human factors? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
And because pulleys reduce the amount of force needed. They're inexpensive, easy to set up, and operate. You must construct a pulley system.
A pulley system is definitely the way to go.
Okay, so we know we need to use pulleys to lift Jacob up into the treehouse. But how many do we need? I checked with the NASA Sci-Files Kids Club from Raleigh, North Carolina. I'll see if we can talk to them.
Don't forget, we have to design the entire apparatus.
I don't know about an apparatus, but a lift chair and a pulley system should be nice.
Okay, fine. But seriously, we still need to design and build the lift chair.
And the pulley system.
Right, but we need to test both before we try and lift Jacob. Guys, the Sci-Files Kids Club, check it out.
Hi, I'm Katie, in Mrs. Nowell's 4th grade class at A.B. Combs Elementary School in Raleigh, North Carolina. Hi, how may I help you?
Hi, we heard that you were working on an experiment to learn more about pulleys.
That's right, we wanted to find out how pulleys work.
Can you tell us about your experiment?
Sure. First, each group was given 500-gram mass, 2 double pulleys, a cup, some string, and some pennies. We hooked the 500-gram mass to the bottom of the pulley system that we constructed. Their combined mass is called a load.
What did you do with the pennies?
We kept adding pennies to the cup until the load was lifted. We then placed our cup on a balance to find the total mass that it took to lift the load. Once we collected our data from 2 strings, we repeated with 3 and 4 strings.
Did each group in the class get the same data?
Not exactly, so we shared our data and took the class average of the total mass that it took to lift the load for each number of strings.
When you analyzed your data, were you able to come to any conclusions?
Yes, after putting the class averages up on the board, it was pretty obvious that the more strings we used, the less mass we needed to lift the load.
How did you calculate how much mass you needed for each string?
We counted the number of strings that supported the load and divided the combined mass by the string count. We saw right away that there was a problem when we did our first calculation.
What was the problem?
Our mass being lifted was 545 grams when we had only 1 string. It should have taken 545 grams to lift it. Instead, it took an average of 571 grams. We also found the same thing in each of our other calculations.
Could you have collected your data incorrectly?
That's what we thought at first, or that we had made an error in our arithmetic. Our teacher gave us a hint. We realized that there was friction in our pulley system. Friction slows things down and makes it more difficult to lift.
That's why you needed more mass to lift the load.
Right. We concluded that you can find approximately how much mass is needed to lift the load by dividing by the number of strings, but you definitely have to consider friction.
Thanks so much for your help. We won't forget about friction.
You're welcome, and good luck on your project.
I really like that experiment, but another way of looking at it is to say that the pulley multiplies our force.
What?
Look at it this way. If we have a load supported by 4 strings, the pulleys will allow us to lift something 4 times heavier than the force we apply.
Oh, I get it. If I apply 10 pounds of force, then I can lift 40 pounds.
Exactly.
Mr. Jones said that we divide the total weight by the number of ropes supporting the load. The Kids Club showed us how to do that too.
So if the total weight is 120 pounds or 54 kilograms, and we had 6 ropes supporting the load, then that's about 20 pounds of pulling force. And with friction, maybe a little more.
That would take about 6 pulleys.
Wow, with my 20 pounds of force, I can lift 120 pounds. I've multiplied my force by 6 times. That's our new hypothesis. If we use rope, pulleys, and a lift chair, we can lift Jacob back into the treehouse. But what if I wanted to lift Jacob by myself? 20 pounds still seems like a lot to me. Maybe we can multiply our force even more by adding more rope and pulleys. It looks like we have some work to do.
Okay, we're about ready to test.
Wait. We have a 3 pulley system.
I wish we'd found 6 pulleys. Do you think our hypothesis will still work?
It should. With 3 pulleys, we'll need more force, but I think we can do it.
And the test weight is 120 pounds.
Okay, RJ, I think we're ready. Ready up here. Okay, we're ready to go.
According to my calculations, 120 pounds divided by 3 supporting ropes equals about 40 pounds of pulling force.
Don't forget friction.
Okay, 45. But we definitely need to pull together.
Okay, everybody ready? 1, 2, 3, pull.
Where's Jacob?
Oops.
Treehouse, we have a problem. We need to do more research.
We need to go to the problem board.
Yeah. All right, we know that work is a force applied over a distance, and that it takes energy to do work.
We also know that a lever can change the direction of a force, and potential and kinetic energy can change back and forth.
And pulleys reduce the amount of force needed to lift an object.
First, we need to know how to make the lift chair safer.
And we also need to know if there's anything else we can do to use less rope.
Since we don't have any more pulleys, I think we need to find out if there's another simple machine that we can use to make it easier to lift Jacob. Until the test dummy fell off, it was difficult to pull.
We need to talk to someone about safety. My mom works with some safety engineers at NASA Langley Research Center. I'll email her. Maybe she can help us.
I'll go see Dr. D. Maybe he could help us figure out how to use less rope.
We've still got some work to do before we let the real Jacob get anywhere near the treehouse.
Great. My mom wrote back. Miss Ryan is a safety engineer, and she's going to meet with us this afternoon. Great. Let's get up and go. Hi, we're the treehouse detectives. Are you Miss Ryan?
Yes, how can I help you today?
We're designing a lift chair and a pulley system to help get our friend with the broken foot up into the treehouse. And we want to make sure that it is safe to use.
Well, you've come to the right place. I am a safety engineer here at NASA Langley Research Center.
What does a safety engineer do?
Well, we do lots of things, like evaluating projects or jobs to identify potential hazards or risks. We also develop safety plans and guidelines that help prevent harmful accidents, incidents, or mishaps.
Wow, that sounds like a cool job and lots of responsibility.
Yes, and we're doing more than developing rules. We're actually protecting people, property, and the environment.
And we need to protect Jacob. What are some things that we should consider?
How much will you be lifting?
About 120 pounds.
You'll need to know if there's a load limit on the ropes, pulleys, or anything else you will be using in the lifting process.
We hadn't thought of that. How do you figure out the load limit?
Most of the time, it's printed on the packaging of a product. If not, look for the manufacturer and contact them directly.
We will definitely do that.
Is there a safety catch on your pulley system?
No, I don't think so.
A safety catch or a locking mechanism of some kind are very important in case the people pulling the rope lose their grip. It would catch and stop to follow the chair.
We have a lot to check out and to research.
Also, make sure your equipment is in good working order. You don't want to use worn or broken equipment.
And don't forget that we have to make sure the tree limb is strong enough to support Jacob, the lift chair, and the pulley system.
Now you're getting it. And don't forget about testing your equipment before you lift anyone.
We will be sure to test everything.
You'll also need to consider human factors. While you're here at the center, you should talk to Dr. Carla Torella. She's a human factors engineer.
Great.
I'll give her a call and let her know you're coming.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And good luck with your project.
Oh, hi, Catherine. Laura Ryan said you'd be stopping by. Have a seat. How may I help you?
Our friend Jacob broke his foot, and we've designed a lift chair to help him to get into the treehouse. Miss Ryan gave us some good suggestions on how to make the chair safer, but she said that we should also consider the science of human factors. She said that you could help us with human factors.
I sure can. Human factors is the design of things, spaces, and processes so they fit better with people in terms of how people are designed physically and how we process information.
Why is it important?
Well, when things or processes or areas are designed without considering human factors, they may be really difficult to use, and so they may not be used at all.
So where do you start?
Well, we start with standards and guidelines that are based on scientific principles. And for example, they help us understand how the eye works, which would help us understand what colors to use in our displays.
Oh, I get it.
Then we use what we know is good for human operators, and we get real operators involved in the process. This is called user-centered design.
What are you working on now?
Well, here at NASA Langley Research Center, we design displays and aiding technologies for airplane cockpits. We do user-centered design of these concepts by involving real pilots and testing them in aircraft simulators like this one, the IFD.
What is the IFD?
The IFD is Integration Flight Deck. The IFD is a copy of the flight deck on the NASA Boeing 757.
We learned that in designing, you have to use the iterative process, where you test, evaluate, and redesign. Human factors is sort of like that.
Yes, that's right. The iterative design process is an important part of user-centered design. You want to involve users all the way through the process, from concept formation all the way through to testing in a real environment.
What kind of human factors should we consider for our lift chair?
Well, first you need to define your user population. Will Jacob be the only one using the chair, or will other friends use it as well?
We hadn't thought of other users. It would be nice to have for other people who might need to be lifted.
Well, you need to consider your users' requirements, the design goals, too. So they may be safety, comfort, usability.
Anything else?
You need to consider the anthropometric characteristics of your users.
Anthropometric? What is that?
Anthropometry is the study of measuring people. There's static measurements, such as arm length and height, and then there's functional measurements, such as viewing angle and reach.
Wow, we have a lot to consider. Thanks, Dr. LaTorella.
Oh, you're welcome. Let me know how your chair works out.
Hi, guys. Hi, Dr. D. What have you been doing?
Just went for a bike ride to get a little exercise. How's your project coming?
We're excited about using pulleys to lift Jacob into the treehouse.
But we ended up with a lot of excess rope. Are we doing something wrong?
I figured you'd have some questions about pulleys, so I set up a model over here. Let's try it out. I have 4 kilograms, or about 9 pounds, attached to this pulley system. Go ahead and pull on the string.
That's really easy.
Why don't you lift the weight, which we call the load, 1 meter. We'll call this the load distance.
Wait a minute, Anthony. Where did all this string come from?
I don't know. What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. Let me explain. Simple machines allow you to multiply your force. In this case, you can lift an object 8 times as heavy as your force.
Right. We learned from the Sci-Files Kids Club that you count the number of strings supporting the load. I count 8 strings, and that's why we can multiply our force 8 times.
Very good, but there is a trade-off.
What do you mean?
Remember that work is equal to force times distance.
Okay.
With simple machines like pulleys, you can multiply your force, but not the work. So in this case, you've multiplied your force 8 times. But how much string did you have to pull in? We'll call this your distance.
8 meters. That means our distance is 8 times the load distance.
Does it always work that way?
Yes, it does. If you multiply your force, the trade-off is that your distance will always be greater than the load distance. Take a lever, for example. Why don't I stand over here and have you try to lift me up by pushing over there? Try it with just one hand.
Okay. Can't believe I just did that. That was easy.
Well, if your force is 5 times further from the fulcrum or rotational point than the load, you will multiply your force by 5 times. But your distance, how far you push down, will also be 5 times greater than the load distance, how far I move up.
This is really cool.
So if simple machines don't allow us to do less work or need less energy, why do we use them?
I guess it's because they make the work easier.
Excellent.
We still need to make our work easier. Right now, we've multiplied our force 3 times by using 3 pulleys, but that isn't enough to easily lift the load of 120 pounds.
But if we add more pulleys to multiply the force even more, that means that we have to pull in a lot more rope.
Wow, maybe we need to use a different kind of simple machine.
Well, don't scrap your pulley idea. You might want to consider combining other simple machines with your pulley system.
You mean like use a lever with our pulley system?
Well, that's a possibility. Another one is a wheel and axle. Take my bike, for example. This could also be called a crank and axle. This wheel with the chain attached is the axle. It's attached to this crank with the pedal. To find out how this machine multiplies the force, all we have to do is divide the radius of the crank by the radius of the axle. RJ, would you make the measurements, please?
The crank is 16 centimeters, and the axle is 8 centimeters. So that means the machine multiplies the force by 2.
That's great.
Another possibility you may want to explore is gears.
I'm going to visit my grandparents in San Diego. We're planning on going to Legoland. I bet there are a lot of gears in Legoland. I'll send him an email and see if I can speak with someone about gears.
Great.
Bye, Dr. D.
Thanks.
Bye.
So what's up? Will the Treehouse Detectives be able to make the lift chair safe? How will human factors change the design of the lift chair? What other simple machines can the Treehouse Detectives use to help them lift Jacob? Find out in the conclusion of The Case of the Powerful Pulleys.
Answer these final questions and help solve the case of the powerful pulleys. How does a gear work? How does a belay make the lift chair safer? How does a winch help solve the problem? Can you see this icon? The answer is near.
Hello, Mrs. Savelle.
Hi, you must be one of the treehouse detectives. I understand you need to learn about gears.
We sure do. What exactly is a gear?
A gear is one of the oldest simple machines invented. In fact, it's a wheel and an axle, but with teeth.
Teeth? What kind of teeth?
I'll use these Lego gears to show you.
That's cool.
Gears work when the teeth of one gear mesh with the teeth of another. The first gear is called the driver, or the primary gear. Notice when I turn it, the next gear, or the follower gear, rotates in the opposite direction, but at the same rotational speed.
What happens when you put two gears together that aren't the same size?
Let's see. Notice that the follower gear is 2 times larger and has twice as many teeth as the driving gear. Give it a try.
The follower only rotates half as much as the driver.
That's right, it has half the rotational speed of the driver. Changing rotational speed is one of the reasons we use gears. Another reason is to multiply the force on the axle of the follower gear.
We definitely need more force, but how do you use gears to multiply force?
It's simple. If you double the size of the follower gear, the force on the axle is twice what it used to be.
Is it always that easy?
You can actually calculate the increase in force by simply dividing the number of teeth on the follower with the number of teeth on the driver.
So in this case, the follower has 40 teeth, and the driver has 24. 40 divided by 24 is about 1.7. That means that the force is multiplied about 2 times.
That's right. You're really good with numbers.
What if they're 3 gears?
Let's try it. Here we have a driver with 8 teeth, a follower with 24 teeth, and another follower with 40 teeth.
It looks like the driver gear goes around 5 times for every 1 time that the largest follower gear goes around.
Good observation. To find the force multiplier, you divide the 40 teeth of the follower by the 8 teeth of the driver.
That would be 5. But what about the middle gear?
The middle gear doesn't make a difference, except for the fact that it changes the direction of rotation. Let's verify our results to see if the force is really multiplied by 5. I'll place 5 bricks on this lever arm and place 1 brick the same distance out on the lever arm on the driver gear. It balances, so we were correct.
We've multiplied the force by 5, but the follower doesn't move very much at all. It's just like a pulley system. Whenever you multiply the force, you have to pull in a lot of rope to move the load a short distance.
Right. Whenever you use simple machines, there's always a trade-off.
Dr. D said the same thing. He also said that you could combine simple machines in order to get a greater multiplication of force.
Check out this bicycle, for example. The crank works as a lever. We have a gear system. In this gear system, the teeth don't mesh together directly. They are connected by a chain.
A bicycle uses a lot of simple machines.
When you have more than one simple machine working together, like on the bicycle, it's called a compound machine. Here's another example. This crane is a combination of a crank or lever attached to a gear connected to pulleys.
This is really cool. I'll bet that this helps us solve our problem. Thanks a lot, Miss Salvell.
You're welcome.
I think this is our new hypothesis. If we use rope, pulleys, gears, and a lift chair, then we'll be able to lift Jacob into the treehouse.
Okay, we can secure Jacob or anyone else in the lift chair by using this rope and harness.
Yes, and the handles make it safer too.
As long as the lift chair can support the heaviest passenger, then we're in good shape.
Right. Now all we have to figure out is how to make the pulley system easy enough for everyone to use.
Let's go and see if Anthony sent us some email. Anthony said that he learned a lot at Legoland about gears and combining simple machines together. He said that he remembers seeing a lot of things in his garage. He thinks it might be a good idea to use gears with our pulley system. He wants us to check with his dad about using it. I wonder what has gears in it. We'll have to check this out. Oh, Dr. D wrote us an email. He said that if we're concerned about safety, we should talk to his climber friend. Great. While you're on the internet, print out a Get Up and Go sheet. You can print out your own Get Up and Go sheet by going to the NASA Sci-Files website research rack.
Hi, are you Mr. Harding?
Yes, that's right. You must be one of the treehouse detectives. Dr. D tells me you need to learn more about safety.
That's right. Dr. D mentioned that you rock climb. We were wondering how you make it safe.
Well, I can show you that right here, but first we need to outfit you with the climbing harness to tie the rope into you.
You aren't going to pull me up, are you?
No, you're going to have to do the climbing yourself. The rope is just simply there to keep you safe.
How does that work?
It's called belaying. I tie one end of the rope into your harness, and then it goes through the eye bolt at the top, and then down to me, the belayer. It passes through this belay device called an ATC or figure 8. If you slip and begin to fall, I simply pull on the rope like this, and the friction with the ATC stops the rope.
Are you sure this is going to work?
Let me show you. Climb up a few feet and then let go.
Okay. Wow, it stopped me right away.
I told you it would. Another important safety feature is the type of rope we're using. It's called a dynamic rope because it has stretch to it. That way you don't stop too suddenly. You want to try some rappelling?
What's that?
Well, let me have my son demonstrate.
It looks like he used the same device that you used to belay me.
That's right. I have a belay attached to him to keep him safe.
I'll bet we could use the belay principle as a safety device for a lift chair. Boy, Jacob sure is heavy.
Simple machines sure help. I'm glad we don't have to lift all this weight alone. Hey, here comes Dr. D.
I'll take off the dummy while you can lower the chair.
Okay.
This looks impressive. How did you put it all together?
Well, the obvious answer was pulleys, but that was just the beginning.
We could only find 3 pulleys, so the best that we could do was multiply the force 3 times.
Jacob is way too heavy for that.
Hey, I'm not that heavy.
But we learned that we could combine simple machines, like gears, with the pulleys to multiply the force even more.
There was also a safety concern. We learned how to use the rock climbing technique of belaying to help keep Jacob safe.
And the winch we found not only had gears, but also wheel and axle to help make the work easier. It also had a built-in safety device. I think it's called a ratchet.
Yes, it is. A ratchet keeps the handle from spinning wildly or turning backwards if you accidentally let go.
We also learned that simple machines don't reduce the energy needed. They just make work easier.
Instead of using a very big force for the distance of 3.5 meters up into the treehouse, we can use a very small force on the crank. That means that we'll have to turn the crank a lot of times.
Right, and we can all use the system by ourselves to lift up any one of us. Right, we know the force needed is small, but did we ever figure it out exactly? No. Dr. D, can you help us with that?
Sure. How much do the pulleys multiply the force?
The load is supported by 3 ropes, so the force is multiplied 3 times.
Good. How about the gears on your winch?
We learned at Legoland that we need to count the number of teeth on both gears. The big gear on our winch has 41 teeth, and the little gear has 10 teeth. So the gears alone multiply our force about 4 times.
You've learned a lot about simple machines. And there's also a crank on the winch. It's got a radius about 5 times longer than the spool. That multiplies the force 5 times.
Right, just like the bicycle crank.
The spool also gathers the excess rope.
And because we use gears and a wheel and axle along with our pulleys, we didn't have to pull in as much rope.
We multiplied the force 3 times for the pulleys, 4 times for the gears, and 5 times for the wheel and axle. But how do those go together?
All you have to do is multiply the 3 numbers together.
That's easy. Let's see. 3 times 4 is 12, and 12 times 5 is 60. So our compound machine multiplies our force 60 times.
Since 2 times 60 is equal to 120, that means that we'll only need about 2 pounds of force to lift 120 pounds.
So is it true that your force will actually be multiplied 60 times?
Isn't that what the math says? You can always trust math. Wait a minute. When we were measuring the force on our spring scale, when we were testing the pulley system, it read 5 pounds, not 2. I don't get it.
Well, don't forget what you learned from the Sci-Files Kids Club.
Yes, there's always some friction. Don't forget about the trade-off.
Right. If our force is multiplied by 60 times, then the distance will be 60 times more.
Wow, 60 times 3.5 meters up to the treehouse. That's about 210 meters.
That's a lot of cranking.
Yes, but it's certainly easier than just pulling him in.
And it's safer, too.
Yeah, but it takes a lot longer. Let's try it out. We have tested it. We know it'll be easy and safe. Let's do it.
Let's not move too fast. Remember, I already have one broken foot. I don't want another.
Don't worry, we'll take good care of you. Let us know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready down here. Wow, you guys did it. I can't believe I'm back in the treehouse.
Simple machines are simply amazing.
Good work, everyone. It worked perfectly, Dr. D. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome, kids. Keep up the excellent work. See ya.
Bye, Dr. D. Another successful project. And this time you guys didn't need my help.
I am ToonBot 3000. Welcome to the news. Top story, Career Day. We go live to I am listening.
Thanks, ToonBot. Well, folks, I discovered that I am no expert on renovations or construction, and I will not be changing careers. If you want to talk to some real experts and learn about some great career fields, come down to Career Day tomorrow. Back to you, ToonBot.
Thanks. Hi, folks. One last little renovation to take care of. I'm Ted Toon with KSNN.
That's right. You're doing a presentation tomorrow. How's it coming?
Well, thanks to the Treehouse detectives, NASA engineers, and SWE, I think it's going to turn out great.
This pulley system and lift chair makes you a first-class treehouse engineer.
We're all engineers.
You guys are the best. One question, though. Does this pulley system work as well going down?
Uh-oh. We didn't think about getting you back down.
Dr. D!
Guys? Hey, guys!
The NASA Science Files is made possible through the generous support of Busch Gardens, SeaWorld, and NASA Langley Research Center's Aerospace Vehicle System Technology Office. Captioning provided by NEC Foundation of America.
How many wildlife species are there in our state? Well, the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency counts more than 1,300. From salamanders and songbirds to bass and black bears, the TWRA has the responsibility of managing all these species. So the next time you purchase a license to hunt or fish, rest assured, you are investing in programs that support all wildlife. This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll start off with watchable wildlife.
What kind of birds can folks expect to see?
Next up, tackle tip, jerk baits.
Early January, just pull this along the bluff, and this is a good bait for that time.
And we'll finish off with drop the tailgate, bow fishing.
Thought we had 20 or 25.
We had 46.
We did better than I thought we did.
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
I'm happy to be back at the Hiawassee Refuge with Chris Simpson. Chris is the #1 help and supporter during the Sandhill Crane Festival weekend. We have a blast together with all of our coworkers and volunteers from the area that work with us. But Chris, you have a really unique job in our region. There's only one of you.
That's true.
Tell me about yourself. Tell me about your job with the region.
Well, I'm Chris Simpson. I'm Region 3 Biodiversity Coordinator out of Crossville. Work the entire region. Get to work with a lot of endangered species, and one of the highlights of the year is the Crane Festival because I love waterfowl and birds. And right here, I mean, if you want to see birds in our area, this is the place to come for the Sandhill Crane Festival.
And what do you help me with during the festival, Chris?
Well, we start out on Thursday setting everything up. Friday we get to work at the school and usually teach all the 5th graders in the county about the refuge and waterfowl and birds and bald eagles, golden eagles, and other wildlife you'd expect to see here. And then Saturday and Sunday, of course, is all the events at the school normally and here at the refuge, and just coming out to the refuge and viewing all the birds that migrate through here through the winter. This is a major stop-off point for a lot of waterfowl, including sandhill cranes and bald eagles.
How many years have you been involved with the festival?
Around 16 years, pretty strong, yeah.
So we have some history and longevity, which is a lot of fun. You know, that institutional knowledge really helps make it a great weekend. What's unique about this area for anyone that enjoys bird watching or just someone that enjoys being out in nature? What kind of birds can folks expect to see?
Well, what's unique is we're at the confluence of the Hiawassee River and Tennessee River. And the Hiawassee River, if you don't know, drains out of the Cherokee National Forest, out of the mountains. And the land here is real fertile, so the farmland is tremendous. So there's a lot of wildlife food, including corn and different crops that are planted for wildlife. So it's a major stop-off for waterfowl. And so a lot of the waterfowl that you would see here would include mallards, of course, Canada geese, diving ducks, puddle ducks, and a whole slew of other birds. But today we have pelicans on the slough. Of course, you have all your winter bird feeder birds, of course, as well, but a lot of raptors in the area as well.
And there's one raptor specifically that everybody looks for when they're here, and that's the bald eagle or even golden eagles.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about those two birds?
We have a high density of bald eagles in the area. We have several bald eagle nests on the refuge here, and of course this was one of these spots that golden eagles were reintroduced through the process of hacking towers back in the 90s and early 2000s to the area.
And truly, everybody comes to see the thousands of cranes that are here at the Hiawassee Refuge and in the area, but it truly is a highlight to see our national symbol fly through.
Absolutely.
And it usually draws a lot of oohs and ahs from the crowd. So if you're in the area, check out check out birding in the area and watch for that amazing bird along with the cranes. Chris, I can't thank you enough. Every year I say thanks, and it's never enough for all you do for the festival. Thanks for being with us here today.
Well, you're welcome. It's a lot of fun.
Hey, this is Mike Parsu with the Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency. What I wanted to do today is give you another tip. Today's tip is about jerk baits. First things first, there are several makers of jerk baits, and there are several types of jerk baits. Each has its place. First of all, there's this jerk bait. This is a megabass jerk bait. I believe this is called a Leviathan, and this jerk bait is made for ultra cold water in the very late winter. So early in January, I throw this, especially on your clearer lakes like Dale Hollow, Thames Ford, and Center Hill. And what you'll want to do with your rod is just pull this bait. You don't really jerk it, even though it's called a jerk bait. You just pull this along with your rod. So you pull and wait. You can wait 30 seconds sometimes, maybe even longer, and just pull again. At some point, if you're throwing this in the right location, the line will just start going off on its own, and that's when you can set the hook. These are good baits to throw along bluff walls, little rock outcroppings on bluff walls late in the winter, early January. Just pull this along the bluff, and this is a good bait for that time of the season. So first one is an ultra cold jerk bait with a longer lip, and you pull them, you don't jerk them. After that, you can start going toward a shallower running jerk bait. This is a Megabass 110+1. It gets nowhere near as deep as that Leviathan, but it's got a more erratic action because of the water's getting warmer when you start to throw this. So you can throw this all season long, but I start throwing it a lot more when it gets mid-January all the way through really all the way through spawn. You can throw this up through April, and sometimes even past that, but this is a good bait to use all the way through April. And this gives a more erratic action, although it's still its action is deader than a jerk bait that you're going to want to throw when you get into late February into March and on into April. And this gets a little deeper than you're going to want to throw at that point. What you're going to want to throw when you get into late February, March, and April is this Megabass 110. So you'll notice that a Megabass 110+1 has a longer bill on it than the Megabass 110. That's because this bait runs shallower. That's for when the fish are shallower. So on top of that, the action with this bait is much more erratic than the 110+1, and you actually jerk these two baits. You don't pull them, so you jerk them, and so you'll jerk, and it'll do its erratic action, and don't move it. Just let it sit there, and then you would jerk it again. But you don't want you don't want your line taut when you stop the bait, because if it is taut, it'll continue to pull the lure, and you want the lure to be perfectly still in the water column when you stop the bait. So these two baits you jerk, and make sure you do it on slack line so the bait doesn't continue to move once you've stopped. Along that same line, this is an older jerk bait. It's called an Excalibur jerk bait. This is one of the better baits that I found when you get to a lake like Del Hollow or Thames Ford or Center Hill that have smallmouth in it. For some reason they like that chartreuse and purple. This is a bait that's got a much more deader action than these megabass, even this megabass 110+1. So this is better when the water is a little bit cooler. So what you want to do is you match the action of the bait to the temperature of the water. So if it's a colder water, you want a deader jerk bait, and so you would jerk this one as well. In the late winter, early January, you can even pull this bait like you would this Leviathan. So if you're dealing with cold water, you can always deaden the action of a jerk bait by just pulling it instead of jerking it. Along those lines, there are a great deal more jerk baits that you can throw. Strike King, I've always found their jerk baits to be a lot more pull type jerk baits, deader action jerk baits. This is a Stay-Z 90. You would pull this bait just like you would this Leviathan. You see the bills, you see a bill like that, these baits are more pull type jerk baits for the cold water. This right here is another Stay-Z 90. Once again, pull these baits. But overall, jerk baits have their purpose, and each type of bill has a reason that you're throwing it. And then once you get there, discover which bait is more erratic, which bait has a deader action, which bait suspends for you. You don't want these baits rising or falling. You just want them to stay still in the water column and not move. So get out there and find out which is your favorite jerk bait to throw, and take into account the water temperature as well as the water color when you're deciding what color of jerk bait you're going to throw. If it's clear, you want a jerk bait that is almost clear. If it is muddy or stained, you want to be able to see that jerk bait so the fish can see the jerk bait. So those are my tips today about jerk baits. Get out there and go fishing.
Hey, I'm Jamie Feddersen. I'm TWRA's Migratory Game Bird Program Leader. Did you know that TWRA and Tennessee Tech University have teamed up to conduct a mallard telemetry research project? Each year for the next 3 years, we plan to capture mallards in West Tennessee and put GPS backpack transmitters on these birds and track their movements across West Tennessee and throughout the Mississippi Flyway. The information that we're going to get from these birds' movements will help us identify the habitats they really like, and that information will help area managers produce the best available habitat that they can, knowing what these birds want to use. We're really excited about this partnership with Tennessee Tech University. We know we're going to collect some really great data, and this is going to be really good for Tennessee's wildlife.
Hey guys, it's Matt Cameron, and today on Drop the Tailgate, I'm in Granger County with my good buddy Wes Jones. We're going to talk about some bow fishing. So tell me about you and your bow fishing experience, when you got started and who got you into it and all that.
My dad got me into it when I was young. I was probably 10, 11 years old, and which back then they didn't shoot them at night or anything. They'd shoot during the spawn when the fish was up rolling on the banks and stuff like that.
In daytime?
In the daytime.
Okay.
Well, 5 or 6 years ago, I got to run around with some boys from western Tennessee that got me into doing it at night. And once I done it at night, it's too hot to be out here in the daytime shooting them when you can do it at night and enjoy the coolness of the night and stuff. But I like it a whole lot better at night because you ain't got all the boat traffic and it's a lot more peaceful and it ain't 100 degrees outside.
Yes, sir. Does the bugs ever get after you?
Oh, they're awful. In the summertime, bugs get awful. Especially if you get around grass and grass gnats and stuff, it's awful.
Okay. Well, that's something I had to consider. You know, you and I went out a couple of weeks ago right here on Cherokee and got into some fish there, and weren't really any bugs to speak of that night.
No, but last night they was out pretty good last night. We went out and shot some last night, and they was pretty. You can tell it's warming up.
So when we went, we got into most of the common carp. Yeah. I think you stuck a buffalo.
Shot a couple buffalo. Didn't get any on any gar that night. Gar were sort of scarce that night, but they're starting to show up a little bit better now. Water temperature's warming up. They're beginning to spawn.
What's the water temp right now?
72.
Okay. We're in mid-May here, moving towards late May. Man, it's been like almost summer-like here the past week or so.
It has. And a lot of the commons have done spawn, which I mean they're still up shallow of nights. You can still find some, but.
So let's talk about basic gear and kind of how you could help people that want to do this, how they can get started in it, maybe not spend an arm or leg for a nice rig like you've got here.
Yeah. As far as bow-wise goes, everybody makes a bow fishing bow these days. PSE makes one, Cajun makes one. That are combos. You can get it like Bass Pro Shop, Bow Fishing Extreme, stuff like that are a couple $100. I mean, they're not going to break the bank. I mean, I shoot the Oneidas because we do a lot of tournament fishing and stuff, and I do it all the time. That's a $900 boat, bar boat. Not everybody wants to spend that.
Sure, especially starting out to see if they even like it or not.
They even like it or not. I mean, there's so many. I mean, everybody's got a combo about it now for bow fishing, and that'd be my recommendation. I mean, get you something cheap if you like it, and you want to upgrade, then sky's the limit on that. You can spend it. This is a sport. You can spend just as little or just as much money on it as you want.
I'm a firm believer that you need good gear. You may not have to be top of the line guy, but I want something decent that's reliable that I'm going to be successful with.
Cajun Sucker Punch is a real good bow. I've actually got a TSC at the house that I still have that I shoot on the time. Or if somebody new's going on the boat, I let them shoot them because I'd much rather than drop $250 bow in the water, $800 bow in the water.
Speaking of dropping in the water, I knocked my camera off in the water when you and I were fishing too.
Yeah, it was a fun night. It was an interesting night for sure.
It was. You developed a neat little rig there on your fish pole with a gaff on the end of it, and finally rescued that thing.
Yeah, that was fun. I was telling my dad about that. He said, "How did you get it out?" I said, "You'll just have to see." I said, "It was a fiasco for itself."
All right, so let's take a look at your bows here, the reel, this stuff that you use personally, and what you would suggest to someone who's getting more serious about it.
Like I said, I shoot the Oneida Ospreys. It's got a Bow Fishing Extreme shelf rest. I shoot the Cajun Spin Doctor reel. This is an extended reel cap. Jeremiah Hayes makes those. Gargod reel seat with a TJE shoot-through rod. Mr. Kim Escott makes these. They're made in the USA.
Okay.
Same with the Gargods. G-string bowstrings and 200-pound test bow fishing braid.
Okay.
This is what I'll shoot mainly around here for your regular commons, 5 to 10-pound commons. That's an Interlock Pro Point.
What kind of arrows you run?
That is a RPM NRG shaft. It's carbon and fiberglass mix.
And what's the purpose of that?
Stiffer. To be honest, my bows like those arrows better than any arrow I've shot.
Okay.
They don't splash hardly any. The fiberglass, I've got some fiberglass. You can tune a bow to shoot pretty much any arrow. But I just like the NRGs. They just seem to shoot better out of my bows.
NRG.
NRG from RPM Bow Fishing.
Now for the big fish, I like the interlock 3-barb grapple. It's got a little more holding weight.
So it's kind of like mechanicals.
It's kind of like a mechanical. When it goes in the fish, it's like this, but once the fish starts fighting the air, it opens up. You've got more holding power there. And I also, for big fish, I'll shoot the TNT 4 barbs. And they're the same thing, they're a great point too. When you get a fish on with these, with the TNT, you just completely screw it off, dump it in the barrel, screw the point back on, and you're ready to go again. With the interlock, you just loosen it.
Okay, slide them off that.
And slide them off that.
Okay.
And the same thing with the pro point. The pro point, when the fish is fighting against it, the barb will stay right there. When you get a fish to the boat, the barbs reverse and the fish slides off.
Tell us about your rig here, Wes.
It's a 2072 all-well bowfish. Andalusia Marine rigged it. It's got a 140 Suzuki 4-stroke on it with a 9-horsepower Tohatsu kicker motor, which is rigged a steer stick in the front. The throttle and everything is right here. You got the hydraulic jack plate, tilt and trim on the motor, and your gear shift right here. So it's a glorified trolling motor. It just allows you to cover a whole lot more water without having to worry about dead batteries. And the steering on these boats is phenomenal. I mean, that one's trimmed up, but you can steer with 2 fingers. Lights are 100-watt 5-star LEDs. Victor McNew does them. They're a orange light. I'm high pressure sodium color, which seem to cut the muddy water a whole lot better than a wider light. The wider lights, you get more reflection than it does. It'll reflect off the water more than it will actually cut the water. Check out Scott with Copperheads Outdoors. Scott's got a bow shop down there, and he has a good selection of bow fishing gear. Bigger than most around here, to be honest, which he's right there on Gunnersville. Bow fishing, it's getting to be big around here, but it's a whole lot bigger down there than it is around here.
So Wes, tell me about some other places to bow fish across the state. You know, you're out here in East Tennessee, and we know it pretty well. You know, where can folks maybe in Middle and West Tennessee go?
Well, Reelfoot, West Tennessee, Reelfoot's got some real good bow fishing. You want to deal with cottonmouths. Me personally, I'm not about that. The thing about Tennessee is, I mean, most of the TWRA lakes, TVA lakes and stuff, have a public access close, and they're all good for bow fishing. I mean, that's Watts Bar, just any TVA reservoir. There's carp and gar and buffalo in the reservoirs. It's just pretty much wherever you want to drive to. So I mean, all these local waters have got carp and gar and stuff in them. So that's one thing we're blessed. I mean, with the public access and stuff that TWRA has, pretty much anywhere you're gonna go put a boat in, you can go shoot fish. But one thing too I want to touch on is the most important thing of all this. It ain't the boat, it ain't the bows, it ain't the gear. It's $100, but it could save your life. I wire it religiously. People drown every day, you know that. You work with TWRA.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's the most important piece of gear in the boat, in my opinion.
It is, and it only works if you're wearing it.
It only works if you're wearing it.
So tell us about the bow fishing community that you're a part of.
We've got a local club here on Facebook. We've got a Facebook page. It's East Cherokee Lake Bow Fishing. We post our local tournaments there. I've got guys that come up from Chattanooga and Dalton, Georgia, around Ringo and stuff, come all the way up to Tennessee to shoot tournaments. A good group of guys. They're the top guys that give you the shirt off the back. The bow fishing community in general is, you'll never meet another group of people like it.
And is there a time of year that's better than others?
Spring of the year, from now through, dog days of summer, it'll get real slow. But then in the fall, when the water starts to cool off, they'll pull back up shallow again. So pretty much any time. Like I said, just don't get discouraged, because you're gonna miss a lot. If you're just getting into it, you're gonna miss a lot. I still miss a lot. I mean,
But one of the main things is, guys, if you shoot fish, don't dump them at the boat ramps. Dispose of them properly. I mean, I've got guys that'll come get them and he feeds them to his hogs. People use them for fertilize.
So you and I fished till probably what, 2:30 in the morning that night, and that's, you know, I don't stay up all night a lot, so I was getting a little bit weary by then. So I was kind of glad to pack it up then. It's a long ride back to where I live from here. But about how many fish did we get there that
Shot
night?
46 that night.
And that's probably twice as many as I thought we had. I don't know if it's just so fast or because I missed most of them and you hit most of them, but I probably thought we had 20 or 25.
We had 46.
We did better than I thought we did.
Now, we shot on Friday night. We went back Saturday night and shot the same stretch of bank, killed 66.
The same stretch?
The same stretch. Me and a buddy of mine shot 66.
That's a good point. I'm glad you said that because I thought, well, you know, maybe it's like turkeys or deer. You put too much pressure on them in one area, they're going to leave.
There's so many of these blind things, man. I'm sure we put a dent in them, but not that you can actually tell. Because you can go back to the same, we could go back to the same flat tonight and shoot fish. We're trying to get the younger generation into it. I mean, I've got a little 9-year-old cousin at home. He's chomping at the bits. Every time I hook the boat, he's ready to go. And to be 9-year-old, he'll stand right there on that front deck till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and never say, I'm ready to go home or nothing.
Shoulder to shoulder with you.
Yep.
He got his own boat?
Yeah, he got his own boat.
He's serious about it.
Yeah, I graduated him last week actually from a AMS baller reel. He got to graduate to spinner. He thinks he's hot stuff now.
Pleasure's all mine, brother. It's been a blessing.
Oh, it has. It has. It really has.
We'll
do it again.
I'm looking forward to it. I hope I can get one of my boys to come out and do it.
Yeah, just holler at me anytime.
After you do it, you realize how mumuch fun it is, and
it's
you
challenging.
want to go back.
It's challenging.
It wasn't easy. If it's easy, everybody do it. Ain't what the old saying goes.
Yeah, that's what they say. But it's fun.
Brother, thanks again.
Thank you, Matt.
And I'm looking forward to the next trip.
We'll do it.
All right. Y'all, thanks for joining us on Drop the Tailgate. Tune in next time for some more fun in the Tennessee Great Outdoors.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream, this legacy.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for October 17th, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I'll second it.
I have a motion from Ms. Carol Haas and a second from Chuck Isabel. I wanted to call him Izzy.
It's okay, a lot of people do.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we'll get right into it. We got the Goblins and the Goodies and Zombie Night and Movie Night, and then Miss Kathy has got us a full gig next Saturday, so we'll start out with Miss Kathy, and she can tell us all about what's going on.
All right, so Saturday from 2 to 4 will be the Goblins and Goodies event at the park. We've got about 31 vendors signed up right now to have a booth. So that'll be from 2 to 4, and then starting at 5 o'clock, the Zombie Night with a dance-off. We'll have a DJ at the football field like we did last year. We are going to ask some of the board members if you want to judge the dance-off so we can determine who wins the first, second, and third. And then at 6 o'clock, we're going to do the Addams Family 2 movie, and the Senior Center will be there selling concessions.
How many vendors did we have last year? I don't remember.
We didn't have that many. A lot of the people said they didn't have enough staff. I think maybe 20 to 25 showed up. This year we have a little over 30. I think it's right at 31 right now.
Are we doing political vendors this year?
We do have political vendors, yes.
And I have to give props to David from looking at the weather, as good a job as he did with the other events that we've been having. Saturday, David, is supposed to be phenomenal. Now, I hope I'm not jinxing us, but if the past has taught us anything with the weather being like that, I'm sure we're going to have an abundance of children.
Well, I was going to pull up the weather this morning when I got to the shop, and I was instructed not to do so because we don't look at the weather on event weeks. It worked for OTF, so we're not going to look at the weather all week. We're just going to show up and play it by ear and see what happens.
Well, you know, OTF and National Night Out, everything has been so far been great. I don't even think that it's supposed to be cold Saturday night for the movie. It's going to be cool, but it ain't going to be like cold. So, does anybody have any questions about Saturday? All right, so we'll move on to, as we do every year, Veterans Day, November the 11th.
All right. The Veterans Day ceremony is November 11th at 11 a.m. at Veterans Park. Ross and Tabitha Howard and Pastor Randy Berg will be our 3 speakers this year at the event. And we have made the Facebook announcement to sell the flags for the field of flags. And then, of course, the bricks that are always on sale. So they still have time to get those to hopefully be delivered so we can have them on the wall by November 11th.
The bricks for the memorial wall?
Yes, correct.
I saw something on Facebook where one of those was removed.
It was a blank.
Okay.
Yeah.
But those are always for sale?
The bricks are always for sale, $35. We get a rush around Veterans Day trying to get the bricks on the wall. And then right around Veterans Day, about the month prior, we open the flags for sale.
Okay, because the comment on Facebook, somebody, I guess, only had thought that they were not selling anymore.
Right.
So they're always for sale.
Correct, they are.
Okay.
Is it just for veterans?
It is just for veterans on the wall, correct.
Okay.
And
veterans of the United States military, United States veterans.
Will you guys be set up giving away your world-famous coffee, hot chocolate, and donuts?
Oh, yes, at Veterans Day we will. We'll have refreshments that morning as well.
Okay. Any questions about that? And now we'll move on down to the Parade of Lights.
Okay, Parade of Lights is the first Saturday of December, which is December 3rd. And the parade will start at 5 p.m., start at City Hall, and then end in the park for the tree lighting ceremony. Chris Clark will be the grand marshal, and this year's theme is Fire Up the Holidays.
And anybody that's happens to be watching this on YouTube that may not be familiar, who is Chris Clark?
He
Or you want me to answer that?
was, I believe he was the prior interim fire chief.
He was?
Yeah,
I
he
think
was.
interim was, but he was assistant and then interim, correct, before going to EMS in Rutherford County?
Yeah, he was our fire
became our
chief.
fire chief.
Yeah.
Oh, so he was actual, okay.
He was our fire chief.
It's not on here, David, but I want to interject with it, just so I'll know, and maybe you got it planned for next month, but I just want to, because of the parade of lights and the lighting of the tree, what's the status with the ice rink this year? Am I jumping the gun?
Yeah, we're actually gonna try to install that the week of Thanksgiving, we think. And then, do you have the dates? I didn't bring the dates with me on that.
December 1st would be the employee skate, and then it'll go December 2nd through December 17th. And it'll be available to the public, well, available Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays.
Okay, I didn't want to jump the gun, but I just wanted to make sure that we start getting the word out there, because I think that thing's going to be a huge hit.
Well, and you know, this year we're expanding, so it's gonna be 50% bigger. Last year, I think we did it Monday and Tuesday. We didn't do it on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And we found out that the Monday and Tuesday, we really weren't getting a whole lot of traffic. So we're gonna do it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this year and try that out.
You're going to open it up where people can sign up when they get there? Because I know we had talked about it before.
In person. We're not going to
Yeah.
do the pre-registration like we did last year.
Okay.
The only day that really filled up was the Winter Festival Day, and that was traffic messed with some people getting there. They didn't get there allotted times. So we're still going to open it on the hour, so you'll get an hour rotation, but it's first come, first serve. So if you show up at 12:30 and it's already at capacity, you'll have to wait till 1.
Okay.
So.
Is it too early, David, to put in an order for like about a 35, 40 degree night that night? Or?
Oh, no, we're already working on that. Actually, I think this year, we have talked about, you know, we did the Winter Festival last year and kind of put everything in the front parking lot. Well, as y'all know, last year, it was a terrible day for weather that day. Rained a bunch of our vendors out. So we had 20-some odd vendors signed up, and I think maybe 5 to 8 showed up. I think we're gonna rent a big tent, maybe a 50 by 100, and put in that front parking lot so the vendors can actually be under the tent and then kind of light that up. In case we do have some bad weather, at least we can still have our vendors there.
Away from the tree.
Yes, in that probably around that middle front, in the front parking lot in between those two light posts.
I like that idea. And hopefully, we will get a good vendor that'll show up with coffee and hot chocolate.
Correct.
I'm sure we'll talk more about this next month, but it's on my mind, and I just wanted to, you know, because you guys worked hard last year. Y'all have any questions about the Parade of Lights? All right, we will move on to the Winter Festival.
Which, December 3rd, we're going to have it from 3 to 8. We're going to open it before the parade starts this year and have it a little longer for the vendors. We have the horse and carriage rides. We've got 2 horse and carriage rides coming this year that will take them up through the walking trail in the back of the park and do rotations that way. And we've already opened up the registrations for the arts and craft vendors for the event. And we are currently looking for a warm snack vendor, be it hot chocolate, donuts, something of that nature. So.
I'm just, is that something the senior center would do?
Well, they generally do hot chocolate and cookies after the parade at the tree lighting. I think they're interested in doing that this year. I know last year they couldn't make the tree lighting, so they provided that at the employee family night skate. So I think maybe this year they may be looking at doing both nights. It's something they've generally done in the past. I think they enjoy doing it. If it fits into their schedule. I think they did mention, and I probably failed to mention it to Kathy, that that may be something they want to do. Even if we could find another vendor type, we've had several of those in the past. We had like a mini donut here at City Hall, and the senior center was still able to provide the free stuff also.
We want the mini donuts back.
They were supposed to be here last year, so,
Don't get me started, man. I was looking forward to it. I was just thinking, if the center's always been good about doing that, but if they could combine it to where it could be a minimal charge for a fundraiser and still, you know, good for the citizens, that it would be a win-win situation. Something just to think about, you know. But, you know, I don't want to put them in there without, you know, but just an idea. That's what we're here for, advisory, you know. Any more questions about this? All right. So we're going to talk about the fall ball clinic.
And I'm going to get Andrew to jump in here too. I think we finished up this past Saturday morning with kind of like a game day, kind of like a play day for all the kids that were involved. So we did have 4 nights of practice type sessions and then followed it up Saturday. 4 good nights, 4 great weather nights. We didn't have a rain out, so we didn't have to reschedule. A lot of participation. Saturday was a great turnout, and as some of you guys know, you guys were there to see it firsthand. Just to see the progress that those kids made from the first night to what we saw Saturday was night and day. Every night they showed up. Parents were great. Can't say enough about the parents and our volunteers. They showed up. You know, I'm sure there's a million things that the parents could have been doing those evenings, but they made sure they brought their kids to the park. So that's what we want. So from what we witnessed in those 4 weeks and Saturday, when the kids left, they were all excited about what was coming in the spring. Had parents asking us about the new league coming in. I didn't see a kid that did not leave with a smile on their face. So I think it was a good experience for everybody. Props go out to the coaches and volunteers, especially on the T-ball side, because I tried to do that for 2 nights, and I was like, I got to have a vacation. Yeah, they were, you know.
It was like a Chinese fire drill.
Yes, sir. So,
like many of y'all know, we're going through a transition where we're changing to the new league, and a lot of the parents want to volunteer with the new league. So I think just having the clinic and having the kids involved, they want to get involved also. So that was a great sign for us moving forward.
So the new thing that we voted on, that worked out for the...
That's what we're going to discuss next, yes. Yeah. But a lot of the parents want to volunteer with that new league.
Oh, okay.
So, yep, they expressed a lot of interest in that over the past few weeks.
Can't say enough about the volunteers. Sunny with Rock Springs Middle, she was huge on the softball side. First night, I think she showed up. She probably had 50 girls down there on that side. Brent Turner, you know, he kind of spearheaded the baseball side. Andrew and his guys had everything out there. So it was very organized for something that was kind of thrown together. I don't say thrown together because a lot of effort did go into it, but just to see the organization and the equipment was on each field when it was needed. It's pretty impressive for our guys to have our whole department jump in. And, you know, they're like anybody else. They could have been at home wanting to spend time with their family, but everybody in our department participated in all 4 nights. So big shout out to them. Them guys are great. Kathy and Sheila, awesome. Andrew was on. I thought he was going to wear himself to death on the shirts. He started ordering them like 2 or 3 months before they came in. So, yeah, we couldn't ask for a better turnout. I think things went off without a hitch.
I'll just add a little bit to that. You said thrown together, is probably not the right word, but it was kind of a quick thing, and everybody involved did great. The park crew, Andrew whipping up hot dogs, man, it was it was good. The kids were happy because most kids. Now there's a few, there's always a few, but most kids, man, they just want to get out and play. And I guess we can just roll this right on into the next one, the ball league, and know that that's going to. And you used one word that I am really, really proud of, because let's face it, we've not seen it in a while, especially the last 2 years. You used the word organization or organizational. So that's something that between that and another word, communication.
Yeah, and with that being said, I will turn it over to Andrew, because him and Julia already have, they've got the communication down. There's been more communication before their contract has ever been in place than with any organization that has been up there since we have been here. So, yeah, I'll let him run that down.
Yeah, like David said, Julie and I, we probably speak at least once a week as of right now. But the last BOMA meeting, the board passed the RFP, which you all basically saw from the last meeting. And then the next month will be the user agreement. So that's just finalizing all the info that our agreement's set for the spring. And once that's done, they're good to go. So, but she's already pretty much toured the facilities. We've kind of expressed when signups are going to start, what our scheduling needs are, what their needs are. So we're moving right along. So.
Yeah, what we want to do is provide them with whatever they need to be successful, whether that be them printing up flyers and us going out on a Saturday and Sunday and standing at the local supermarkets or Walmart and handing them out for them. We're willing to do that, to put their signs up. I'll be honest with you, man, I've been here 12 years, and everything in our department seems like it's trending in the right direction except for that ball league. So that has been a thorn in our side. So we're ready to turn the corner, and I don't see it not being successful. I just don't, because I know their passion is there, their heart's in the right place. They're dedicated to the kids of this community, and anybody that knows her knows that the basketball league, it's a success. So we want to see that spill over onto the ball league side too. And I think we're heading in the right direction.
And so far, I think she's even went ahead and scheduled her board to go ahead and meet up there. So I think they're laying plans pretty quickly to get this up and rolling.
And I know you guys talked about scoreboards, you talked about the sound systems, you talked about the little tweaking things.
The details that
the kids
want to see.
Yeah, that make a ball league excel, and she's I'm not going to go over expectations, but she kind of knows what we're expecting, but at the same time we've got to stay humble and be realistic and grow it gradually. We don't want to go in there and but now if it happens, hey, that's great. So I'm excited. The board meeting with BOMA, once we do that, we can blow this thing out of the water and start talking about it. So.
Yeah, and you've referenced the scoreboards and the stuff like that. We want to make sure when they come in that they're not scrambling to figure things out. We want to make sure everything's working for them, whether that be freezers, if we have to replace some freezers. So it may take an initial investment on the city side just to make sure that stuff is up and running, but we couldn't expect an organization to come in and repair that stuff for us. So that needs to be ready for them once they come in the door. They don't need a headache of figuring out, well, I got 2 fields over here the scoreboards don't work on, As a parent, if you go to a game, you want to see the scoreboards working. So, I mean, that's our goal as a department. Andrew's on top of that. Like, he's already met with Julia over, like you said, the PA system and the scoreboard. So there's no doubt in my mind that they're gonna have that up and running.
Now, I'm not one to kind of live in the past, but I am curious about one thing. Well, I'm curious about a lot of things. But one thing, if it happens, who would handle it, or can we help? Can we go back to the days of where we used to get sponsors and hang their banner on the fence?
Now, their user agreement, they are able to go out and solicit businesses and put up sponsorships and bring in revenue that way. So that any previous user agreement we've had has had that in there. That's just up to the organization. Now, I know that she's reached out, and I know she has parents that work at different companies here in LaVergne that she's already had them reach out to. So I do know that that is in motion right now. So
Is that something that just Joe Public, us, whoever can, you know?
You can, if there's people you think that would sponsor a ball league, I would definitely send them either to Julia's
I
direction.
know Giles got 2 or 3 in his hip pocket.
Well, you know, Land of Frost
He
used to be a
does.
big one. They give out, the money's there. It's just the organization that had it previously, you know, never reached out to them. When the city ran it, we had Land of Frost. I think when LBSA had it, maybe they had Land of Frost. So that organization's been around here. So there is some money out there waiting. It's just making the contacts.
How do you, how do we or them determine the size of the banner, how much the banner costs to make, and where do you get them made at?
We can get the banners made, whether we use Front Street Signs in Smyrna. I don't know if the vendor, like if, say it was Land of Frost, if they have stipulations, if it has to be a 3x5. I'm not sure. Kathy, do you know? Have you dealt with them?
I don't know. I think we gave out sponsorship packages that they chose.
and that might be something I need to discuss with her. Maybe her board puts in place of what a sponsorship package is, like a level, and then this is what you get for that level.
That's how we did it when we had it with the city.
So different size banners
Yeah, so
is a different
let's
size.
just say it's $250, you get a 3x5 banner or something like that.
Okay.
Something. And
Yeah, because I'm like everybody else. I think everybody on this board in the city, it's got kids, you guys. I think we're all gung-ho about this league, and we want it to excel. And if there's things that we can do that will help, because if I'm not mistaken, the more banners you get, the more donations you get, drives down the cost of the entry fee. And I know you all even talked about that, an early entry fee price as opposed to
I think she's gonna have early sign-up registration, and then her registration prices vary based upon what division you are in for your age, so.
All right, I'll be
Yeah, and
quiet.
that money's out there. You know, like I think Land of Frost at one time, it may have been up to $10,000, 5 in the spring and 5 in the fall. As long as their name was on the back of a shirt or the front of a shirt, and you took the pictures and submitted it to them so they knew, you know.
Oh, I
It
coached
doesn't
with
cost a
that.
lot of money to put their name on a shirt.
I coached in, I know, man.
It
that
used
was
to a
great.
lot to sponsor a complete team as long as their name was on it.
But if you all know anybody that's looking to sponsor kids, I mean, definitely have them reach out to the front office at the park, and we can send their info to Julia and USL and have
Yeah, and
them.
it doesn't have to be like you want to sponsor, you know, you're a $250 sponsor or $500. If you could, I don't know what she's got signed up for a kid, but even $50 could go towards a kid, or, you know, say, I only have $75 here, I'm like to put this towards sponsoring a kid somewhere down the line.
Do you all have, or does she have a template, some sort of,
I would have to get with her on that. I don't think she does right now. I know, like I said, she was supposed to meet with her board this past Tuesday, but they had some scheduling conflicts. So I can touch base with her on that and see what they can discuss there on their meeting and bring that back before you all, just to let you know next month.
all right, well, it won't be long, it'll be here, they'll be doing sign-ups.
Yeah, they have sign-ups scheduled for January and February, practices in March, and the games are right around the 1st of April.
All right, any more questions about the ball league? Well, does anybody, well, let's just do it this way. We'll start with Mr. Isabel. Chucky. I know him good enough now, I don't have to call him Charles.
Only bill collectors call me that.
Do you have anything to add to this meeting?
No, I think it's been a good meeting.
Commissioner Davis?
So we have some really good stuff coming up. I'm really excited about all of this. And also every year, I'm excited to see how it's growing as well. But I also want to thank you all for all of your hard work. We help when we can, but you're pulling all the weight, and we want to thank you for everything.
Ms. Carroll?
Just to, follow up with Laura, thank you to the Parks and Rec Department, the whole group. I mean, y'all are awesome. You're personable to the community, and every event has more community participation. There's more people coming out, even from surrounding communities like Smyrna, Antioch, even Old Timers Festival. I talked to some people that came in from Murfreesboro. So the word's getting out that when LaVergne has an event, it's top A #1. So thank you all very much. And again, I look forward to the events coming up for the rest of the year, and then January 1st will be around the corner and we'll be starting it again. So thank you all.
Mr. Giles?
Yes, I live in the Brookside community in LaVergne, and one of our HOA guys came to me this week and asked about the park that they're building over there. So just want to know the city's involvement in the park and their what they like to do with it. They're very concerned over there about that park.
The Brookside Park?
Yes, sir.
David?
It is actually it's a TDOT grant, so we have to follow their steps that they put forward. So actually today, I think they just approved the minutes from the Planning Commission when we took it to the Planning Commission 3 months ago, I think. So, we got the grant, we are awarded the grant, but they did need that step added to their history, showing that we as a city did take it to the Planning Commission. So, I mean, it's set up over there. It's gonna be a walking trail. It's a play area, a swing area.
Yep, it's gonna have a parking lot, maybe 10 or 12 parking spaces.
Pavilion.
It will have pavilion. And the walking trail should tie into the existing walking trail that is behind the houses now.
Yeah. And then it's gonna have like a youth multi-purpose soccer. We call it a soccer field. It's like a U8 soccer field, but it's not gonna be lighted, so it's kind of just be a multi-purpose field.
And that'll have a couple of benches. That'll be with that also.
Okay. What's the time frame before opening?
I think we have to use that money within 3 years. I would have to double check to see when the clock started on that. I think COVID threw everything behind, because this was actually started in 2020. But we really didn't get to go ahead to start moving forward here until probably within the last 6 months.
Is that the part that you're building? Is that the one we voted on, or is that somewhere else?
That is the.
I think you're talking about the Blue Cross Blue Shield grant.
Yeah, that is another grant that is out there. Okay. That's totally different than this TDEC grant. That Blue Cross Blue Shield grant would be for a playground that we're proposing kind of over around the Hurricane Creek area, where the walking trail dead ends right now. But the one you're talking about, we brought before this board, I want to say in 2020, around December of 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Cole, did you hear the question? I did not. He was talking about he was asking about the Brookside Park. Maybe you or Mr. Graham can update us on.
Sure. You want to come up with, so the Brookside Park had to go through Planning Commission and get approval through Planning Commission. Then that, as well as the minutes of the approval, had to be submitted to the state. And so that has been submitted, and we're just waiting for them to release funds, and then everything starts. So it will have a pavilion, a ADA accessible playground, a soccer field, and some parking. And it is a pocket park designed for the local community, not a big Veterans Memorial Park, similar to how Manatee Park is.
Well, Giles lives over there in that area, and they were asking him about it, the community. So,
discussing the planning commission to increase the size of the car park, but looking at the grant, we decided to leave it as it is, because it would have through money to be funded for the park as it would come.
Okay, thank you.
And I've gotten a few emails from some residents over there about could we change out the soccer field for a pickleball court. And we actually have one over here with Veterans Memorial, so whereas we don't have soccer, really a soccer field anywhere in the city. So right now it's staying with that.
Okay.
But what other questions were they asking?
More so just concern about the neighborhood. It's a small community over there, you know, in this last phase, it's not connected to the other side of Brookside, so they're concerned about that kind of stuff.
Yes, it is designed to be pocket, so small, something for that immediate community, not one of the larger parks. So I was just over there. I know I've spoken with Kathleen, who lives on Condor, that backs up to where the park will be, and she even had some concerns about where it's at. But this has truly been a long time coming, because this was, Brookside Park was really established under Mayor Mosley, but it was just a walking trail that ended to an open field. So there was no park, and our side of town really hasn't had anything other than the fire station. So this is the start of that. We've discussed some other uses. I know there's one piece of property that's developing where they're giving the city some land, and that will either be for police, fire, or for the parks. And so, but it's moving towards these smaller pocket parks for localized communities, rather than just have something where you would see someone from over here, or let's say McFarland Point or the Ridge. They won't be driving over to this ideally. This is just something that's again small for the local community.
Awesome, thank you.
question for Mr. Coates, is this going to be a lighted park?
There's no lights.
No lights, okay.
I don't believe there was any electricity runs to the pavilion.
No.
There may be regular, regular security lights, but
At some point, we may install a couple of outlets and a security light there, and possibly a water fountain. Would have to go back and look into the plan. Anything dealing with T-deck, if it's not on the front end, it's hard to get it on the back end. Because like when the mayor said, people asked if there were certain elements that we could change. I don't think we can go in there and do a big change like they're talking about, take that field and turn it into pickleball, since it wasn't proposed on the front end, because what they approved was our basic design that we submitted. Now, there may be a possibility inside those play zones to swap up some equipment, so it's not necessarily the equipment we proposed, but maybe something similar. But something as drastic as even, I think they would consider it drastic where maybe we wouldn't, is even building a bridge across that creek there to the other existing side. I don't even think we could do that, because that was mentioned and it was like that was kind of taboo since it wasn't proposed on the front end. Kind of similar with kind of what we're going through with the help me out, Andrew.
Greenway.
The Greenway, where we're trying to extend it to the boat ramp. They said, anything you think you may want on there 20, 30 years from now, put it on the front side of it. If you build it on the front end, that's great. If you decide you're not gonna build it on the front end, but you wanna build it 15 years down the road, if it's in your initial plan, that doesn't have to come back for review. You can just go on to the next step. So that's kind of, I think, where we're at on that Brookside Park. Like the mayor said, the minutes have been submitted for the planning commission, so they're pretty much in their system. We're just waiting for the next go-ahead on the next step.
Giles, do you have any more questions about it?
No, sir. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Miss Felicia?
Well, I would like to know when y'all find out what the sign-ups are for the children for playing ball, because I personally would like to donate, and I would hope that our board.
Say it again, I didn't hear you.
I personally would like to donate for a child to play ball.
Jerry, you got that on film?
I've donated before, I just don't
I know
tell
you
people.
have, but I have got to give you a
But
hard time.
I do hope that, you know, so that if there are any children that the parents can afford it, I would like to, and I would encourage our board to
Absolutely.
help
Yeah.
with that too.
Yeah, I'll reach out to Julia and get the prices on that and also talk to her about the sponsorship levels. So, and we'll have that for you next meeting.
Is that it?
That's it.
Only thing I'm gonna do is add to what Carol and Laura and them was saying is, and we come in here every month. I mean, let's say it. We come in here every month and we give you guys props and we thank you for the great job you're doing. There's really no words to say what a great job. We come up there, especially us Boma people and stuff, and everything is set up, it's fixed up. So looking forward to this weekend, and going to be with the weather holding true, it's going to be crazy. Everybody knows that, and I hope all your vendors show up, Kathy, because I know when them vendors don't show up, you get
Yeah, it gets a little hectic.
it gets a little hectic. So we are having a meeting next month, according to this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Because we had
We're gonna
said
have one
something
next
earlier.
month. I don't think we have one planned for December.
Okay. All right, so our next meeting will be November the 21st at 6 p.m., same bat channel, same bat time. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board of Zoning Appeals, October the 25th, 2022. It is 5:30 p.m. I'll call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If you could just review the minutes from the July the 26th regular meeting, if you would. Any comments or changes, let me know. If not, I'll accept a motion.
Motion to approve.
Move to accept. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Minutes are approved. On to new business. Request for a special exception to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers properly located at 25 Ingram Boulevard, tax map 17, parcel 25, I2 heavy industrial zoning, property owned by 25 Ingram Partners LLC. Mr. Logan, give me your report, please.
Thank you. So this is the report for 25 Ingram Boulevard. This applicant is seeking permission to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers at this location. The site, of course, is at 25 Ingram Boulevard, and the site is owned by 25 Ingram Partners LLC. And the proposed business would generally operate during normal business hours, and according to the LaVergne Municipal Zoning Ordinance, in Article 5, commercial uses that are allowed in the commercial zones, which are C1, C2, C3, and C4, those uses can be allowed in industrial zoning, in this case the I2 zoning district, if the Board of Zoning Appeals grants a special exception for those commercial uses. One of those uses that would be allowed includes what this applicant is asking for tonight, which is vehicle sales and or leasing. So looking here on the screen, the property right here, it's outlined in blue, this rectangular piece of property, and it is located on the south side of Ingram Boulevard. So for a closer view, you can see here, again, outlined in blue, and the building is here where I'm pointing, and then to the east is a larger parking area, and this driveway comes in from Ingram and makes sort of a horseshoe shape so that they can loop around through the site. And there is some parking here on this west side as well. This is the zoning map, so the dark blue indicates heavy industrial zoning. So again, this is I2 zoning. There is C2 zoning on the west side. That parcel touches Walden Road as well. Then all the other surrounding properties are zoned the same, which is heavy industrial. This is a photo of the site. So you can see the existing building and driveways. So this is Walden Road would be behind you, and this would be going down Ingram to the east. And the next photo is looking west. So again, this is Ingram, and this is the traffic signal at Walden Road and Ingram. And then you can see the other driveway entrance that's existing today. This building is a two-story building currently, and you can see these bays where the current tenant or former tenant has been conducting their business. So there are three large bays on the existing building. And landscaping, the site has some nice landscaping already that probably exceeds what's even required in this industrial district because it's not in an overlay zone. So the landscaping out there is nice. They did submit a full binder with all of their plans and photos, which you have in front of you. And so this is the plan that they submitted that shows the dimensions of the site and the shape and size of the building on the site, as well as the driveways and the utilities. And this is just a closer view of that plan that they submitted. And that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Do you have an applicant here that can stand on the podium, please, if you would, and be sworn in? Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
I'm Bill Herbert. I'm with the law firm of Thompson and Burton in Nashville. Our address is 1810 West End, Suite 1550 in Nashville.
Thanks, sir. Any comments or questions for what Mr. Logan's report was? Any add-on to it?
I've got a little bit of a presentation for you, but I would say that, and this is on me. When Mr. Logan and I first started talking, my client had been telling me that they were going to do some sales on site. They are not going to do that. There's no sales. This is simply truck leasing, and that's all. So I just wanted to clarify that. So we're here before you for a special exception, and thank you all for being here and hearing me tonight. As Mr. Logan said, this property is zoned I-2 heavy industrial. We're going to use the property as is. We're not going to make any changes to the utilities. We're not going to expand the building in any way. We're going to completely as is. The previous use is a concrete pumping company, and I've driven by there, and they may kind of still be in that building, or they may not be. I really don't know. So we're going to be using it to lease trucks. And if you look over in my little memorandum that I submitted to you all on the Exhibit A, these are the types of trucks that they're going to be leasing. And so they're going to be leasing these tractor trailer, but just the tractor component, no trailer component, and medium and light duty box trucks. I was told initially that they would keep about 30 trucks on site. That has been clarified with me. There will be about 15 trucks kept on site. Furthermore, there will be no walk-in business at this site. These trucks are leased to commercial users, and so there's no traffic coming into the site. I'm told that the company intends to employ between 8 and 18 people on site. That's really about it. As you all probably know, a special exception is a use that comes before the Board of Zoning Appeals. It's a use that's permitted by right under the law, provided that I show you that it complies with the conditions that are set forth within the LaVergne zoning code. In my memorandum, and I'll touch on these very briefly, and I won't dwell. In my memorandum, the conditions that are in the zoning code I've set out as numbers 1 through 9 in the memorandum. I've addressed each of those, and just as a matter of law, quite frankly, I'll just touch on them very briefly, and then I'll turn this over. So the zoning code asks about points of ingress and egress. There are 2, and you all have seen that. There'll be no changes there. It asks about parking and loading areas. You can see from the aerial photograph, we'll be using that as is. There'll be no additional parking at all. It'll be used completely as is. The refuse service is located to the side of the building in the existing place, so we'll be using it in the exact same location. Utilities will be exactly the same. We won't add to or move any of those. The property is secured by a chain link fence. Also, you notice around this property that there's wooded areas, and this is stream buffer. We will leave the stream buffer exactly as it is. We won't encroach into it, and we won't degrade it in any way, exactly as it is. The sign that's on the property, it'll be changed to be the new user, but there'll be no change in the size or illumination or anything like that. The open space that's required by the city, we feel like was met by the current user, quite frankly, and there'll be no change to that. We feel like the use is generally compatible with the area, and if you need to see any more detail, I know that Alta survey that was given to you, it was really small. I've got it blown up. If you need to see it or have something that's more readable,
Just quickly.
give that to you. It's a heck of a lot easier to read than that other little piece of paper that I had to. So, and with that, I'll conclude and be happy to answer any questions that you have, and thank you for your time.
Well, first I'd like to say thank you for a very in-depth report and information. That's always very helpful to us. So just to touch on one, so you're not affecting the existing buildings and remain exactly the same, correct?
Exactly the same, correct.
Okay.
Is there any maintenance on the vehicles at this site?
So the vehicles that are going to be at this site are going to be, if you look at my little memorandum, you can see these trucks.
Yeah.
Those are the vehicles that are going to be at this site. And in fact, the little company logo, that's actually the company that's going to be leasing it. So it's these exact vehicles. They expect that there will be, there's going to be between 10 and 15 of these vehicles maintained at the site at all time. I had initially said 30 in my memorandum. That is not correct. I've confirmed with my client. They're going to keep about 10 to 15.
So those roll-up doors are like a garage rather than a loading dock?
On the building?
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
Okay.
They're currently there, and we're not going to change those.
And the maintenance will be done internally in the building, I assume?
I'm sorry, say that again.
The maintenance will be done inside the building?
That is correct. It'll be done inside the building, and I'll say this, they'll only be doing cleaning and routine maintenance. There will be no repair work being done on this site. Just whatever may be minor for cleaning up the vehicle, whatever, changing the oil to get it ready for the next person who's leasing the vehicle.
Will they be doing fueling at the site?
That is a really good question. I believe so, because there is already an existing pump at this site.
I didn't see that on the...
There'll be no add-on in that regard at all, but there is an existing pump at this site.
So they're in compliance with all hazmat and safety regulations?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? With that, I'll accept a motion for or against the application as stated.
I submit a motion to accept.
A motion to accept. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all have
Appreciate
a great evening. Thank you.
And with that, I'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
on.